There is no Western civilization without Western kind.
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 I wanted to give you a quick update. Kai is a big humper. He's overstimulated, literally humping everyone. And a lot of the dogs did not like it. He is social, but he's more concerned about humping everybody than he is playing.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown, they wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises, and when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I'd like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown, they wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises, and when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Without a doubt, the passion is in us and the destiny is ours. Featured stories today. We've got Trump saying there's going to be a bloodbath. Elections will be over if he's not elected. Musk tacking on to that. If there's no red wave, America is over. Tyson Foods firing white people and hiring non-white people from south of the border. Maryland church teacher charged with sexually abusing children was twice deported. And another in Anchorage, police seek man who exposed himself to girls at an Alaska club. How did it get this bad? We will have a look at a little video from a female who may give some insight. Go free lesson of the day. There are two MPs that we're going to take a look at. How are white people as a group suffering? And the MP, you are a cult. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. Two ladies were talking in heaven. Hi, my name's Mary. What's your name? I'm Grace. Nice to meet you, Grace, says Mary. May I ask how you died? Sure. I froze to death, says Grace. How horrible, responds Mary. It wasn't that bad. After I quit shaking from the cold, I began to get warm and sleepy and finally died a peaceful death. What about you? Mary responds, I died of a massive heart attack. I suspected that my husband was cheating on me, so I came home early to catch him in the act. But instead, I found him all by himself in the den, watching TV. I was so sure there was another woman somewhere in the house that I started running all over looking. I ran up into the attic and I searched. I crawled on my hands and knees. I ran all the way down to the basement. I searched all over that house and all over the property. I ran from one side to the other and I kept it up for hours until I had looked everywhere. And finally, I became so exhausted that I just keeled over with a heart attack and died. Gracie flatly responds, too bad you didn't look in the freezer. We'd both still be alive. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. Happy St. Patrick's Day to every single one of you, as if you wouldn't be able to tell. Yes, make sure you check the freezer next time. Freezer, first place to look. It's wonderful to be with you all. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London. All of this roughly midnight in Moscow. It is wonderful to be here. All of our platforms are up and running, I believe, and you may financially gift over at Entropy, which is up and running, and you will find the link to that in the description below on YouTube. You will also be able to financially gift over on Odyssey in cash dollars and their cryptocurrency, on DLive and their cute little cryptocurrency, on Cash App, and I will be looking at Cash App and Subscribe Star as well, often the monitors on my right. your left. Ladies and gentlemen, all of your financial gifts, questions, comments associated with them will be read while we are here today in this glorious, the hebdomadal gathering of the Go Free, white positive, pro-Western community. It is so wonderful to be with you all here. We are the advanced placement. We are the special forces of white well-being, the reclamation of our destiny, the salvation of these once great United States and all of our Western countries, which will benefit everyone of all backgrounds who live in our countries. We are here to put an end to the problems that we are facing, that people have been unable to resolve for many generations, but it ends with us because it begins with us. We are the ones who get excited. We are the ones who are energetic. We are the ones who get impassioned. We are the drag car at the beginning, at the start of the drag lane, and we are ready to roll. The green light has lit, and we are on fire, swashbuckling from coast to coast and around the planet to recapture the destiny of white well-being with love, hope, and redemption. Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to see everybody here today. Many four-leaf clovers, says Dennis in the live chat. It is fantastic. I'm looking, yes, I do look this good, ladies and gentlemen. You may also ask a comment or a question while we're together today. Remember, our gatherings, our times together are about learning. They are about improving. They are about adopting the Go Free practice so that we can immediately go into ourselves and contend with those anti-white ideas that we have been poisoned with, propagandized with over the course of our lives. And then also to turn our teachings on our brothers and sisters in the world around us, to bring over people of all goodwill from all backgrounds to oppose anti-whiteism, the victimization of Western kind on the basis of our birth, because it needs to be done if the West is going to be saved. We need to look at ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. We need to say no more victimization for Western kind. We need to focus on us, not on other races. We need to focus on us, not ignore that we are being victimized and then insert flaccid, flabby, impotent abstractions. That's not what we do here, because we are dazzling. We are dazzling, and we will look in the freezer if we have to, ladies and gentlemen. Heidi is here. Great to see you, sister. So is Yiz, the unifier. This pattern is here. Burn Danger, Franklin, First Last, White Man, Jules C. So many champions are here. Make sure you give the stream a like if on the platform you are viewing this stream of this wonderful gathering. Gives you the option to give it a like. Please give it a like, and also retweet it, repost it, re-gab it, whatever it is that you could do depending on the stream that you are on. Make sure that folks know that we are going free, because this is the beginning of their end, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. All the platforms are up and running. It's looking wonderful. If you would like to contact me otherwise, you don't have $1 to spare, you can do so simply by tagging me as No White Guilt. That's the @ symbol and the words No White Guilt, the most revolutionary statement that can be said in our world today, because the psychological warfare waged against us is anti-whiteism. It is called anti-whiteism. It is an ideology, but more importantly, it is a psychological warfare weapon, which has undermined all of our other tools and means of defense, which is how we've gotten to the state that we are in, utterly subjugated by anti-whites and anti-whiteism. And our God King Trump is absolutely right when he says if he does not win this election, the streets will burn, the elections will end, there'll be blood. Mandy Joe is here. Of course, all of that is metaphorical. Metaphorical, ladies and gentlemen. You just check it out with CNN. They'll set you straight. You don't have to listen to me, some white guy, some absolutely fabulous white guy, dashing and can dance and star athlete and totally ripped, six-pack stomach, muscle striations, all visible, genius too. You don't have to just listen to me, some white guy. You can head on over to MSNBC and get all the information that you would like to get. But first, we'll go ahead and have a look at this is Donald Trump and his article. You know, when you can brag, you brag, right? When you can brag, you brag. When you have a reason to brag, you can brag. Trump says there will be a bloodbath and election. And I will tell you, our good friends, our great friends, wonderful people that I am meeting in Twitter spaces, conservative people, our brothers and sisters out there, they're out there today having streams like Feminology today, talking about the voting machines and how they're actually out there investigating and filing lawsuits. And because if the votes are not going to be tabulated properly, it doesn't matter how many of us come out to vote for the God King, Donald Trump. It doesn't matter how many. Pence, did you see Pence? What a see this guy is. Let's throw his ass out of the country. How about that? He says he's not going to endorse. You know where I had to hear this from? AM radio is where I heard about this loser, this effeminate loser who doesn't go anywhere with. If my wife doesn't say I can't go, then I just can't. I'll never go to a dinner where there's a female and my wife is not present. Bitch! That's why you were a traitor when it came right down to it. That's why we're not going to have people like you. And I'm going to tell you what, Trump better start listening to people like me. No more. You know what? If Trump did not have anybody in his ear, none of these females telling him to do all these effeminate things, he would get it right all the time. He's a genius. He's a genius. He would get every question right. But he's got these people all the time, especially females. And they're like, do the female thing. Bring Pence in. No, you don't bring Pence in. This is what he was all along, stabbing you in the back. This coward. Throw him out of the Republican Party. Let's get rid of this guy. But you have these good people. They're out there. If the votes are not counted properly, then it doesn't matter how many of us come out. If and the number of means that all of these good folks have uncovered, that the anti-whites, the leftists, the liberals, the et cetera that they call them, the number of means by which they cheat is just, it multiplies every week. If they're, I mean, you can imagine a thief, a liar, a malingering malefactor, demon, all the ways they might come up with for how to slit our throats. They're doing it. And these wonderful conservative people are out getting out there and they're identifying how they're cheating, and they're filing lawsuits, and they're demanding, like in the lawsuits, for example, that these machines won't be hooked up to the internet, on and on and on, the ways that these people are the folks out there are cheating. We have to have the votes counted properly. Thank God that these conservative people are out there doing that. Thank God that they're engaged in that. What a difference from some in the explicit white sympathetic sphere who do jack shit, but just complain about other races of human beings. Trump says there will be a bloodbath and elections will end if he isn't reelected. Does anybody doubt that? Does anybody doubt that at all? Former president appeared at Ohio rally for Bernie Moreno, who is competing in a split GOP Senate race. This is, I gotta say, for all of the good, and I totally support, I laud, I cherish you if you are advancing the United States, Western civilization, keeping America what it's supposed to be. I don't care what race you are, but have you noticed how increasingly the Republican Party is being composed of Hispanics? I don't want to live in a Hispanic country. Sorry, folks. If you want to live in a Hispanic country, then move the fuck out. Move the fuck out if that's where you want to be. I mean, I'm happy to support these people for now, but the borders stay open, and all of these people that have come in, the last 30 million, have to go. Get back down south of the border. Never want to see you again. I don't know. No coming around and do it the legal way. Just get the fuck out. We've got no more room. You know, I look out and I see these ghettos, and some are barrios and some are black ghettos and some are, and I think to myself, how nice would it be if that looked like a European forest, like this country used to look, instead of like the squalid, cracked pavement, cracked asphalt, and then they're shooting rap videos out at the local 7-Eleven and not letting anybody in there while they're shooting an illegal rap video. And I think, wouldn't this be nice if this were just like the old pine forest, the Virginia pines here, and none of this garbage, None of this garbage buildings and spray paint on the side of buildings. I don't want to hear about your Hispanic gang. Fuck your Hispanic gang. Okay, I mean, we're seeing now what's happening with the members of these Hispanic gangs. They're attacking the children. They're attacking and sexually assaulting children in these once great United States. So, I mean, it's fine if you're out there and you're going to be a conservative and you're going to advance American, I don't want to hear about, not what you did in Colombia. Fuck that. I want American Western standards. You can comport yourself by the way that we have determined the West is supposed to be operated, created, and recreated every second of the day. Wonderful. Fine. Thank you for participating. And I will laud you for doing that. But I don't want to end up in one of this demographic doom where the United States becomes the best functioning Latino country in this hemisphere. And in the Western world, really, because it will just extend all the way down. And that'll now be the West, will be this Latino country. And I don't want to be a part of that because I don't want the problems that they endure in Central South America in these United States. I don't want the gangs. I don't want the massive child molestation that you can look at the data in Central South America. And then then the folks are up here. And what do you know? What do you know? What a fucking surprise. I don't want all of the intrigue. I don't want their corruption. I don't want their drug mafias. I don't want any of that garbage. I don't care how many good ones are out there. I don't want that. I don't want a Hispanic country. I want a white Western country. Non-white people are welcome to live here and comport themselves to our standards. End of conversation. So he's here and he's saying, he's out there supporting a Marino. Donald Trump appeared, and then, you're going to end up having socialism on both sides. That's what they have. Socialism on both sides. One is going to be a little bit like of this perverse version of Catholicism where they worship females, they worship Mary, and that's on one side. And then on the other side, it's like a Marxist socialism, and then white people will be stuck in the middle of that. Which ones are the ones? Just like for all of these years, ever since I worked on the Hill and before, they're saying, well, they naturally have conservative values. Really? Is that how they've been voting all along? Because what we mean by conservative and what they mean by conservative are two different things. Donald Trump appeared at a rally hosted by a super PAC, Buckeye Values in Dayton, Ohio, on Saturday, supporting Bernie Moreno, the Senate candidate vying for the GOP primary who Trump endorsed. Moreno is competing with the state senator, and white people stop being such absolute effeminate losers. You have to support proud, angry white men. This endless support for non-white people because you're so burnt out and burnt up by the drugs and the anti-white narrative that you're infected with is ridiculous. And that also leads to this. It's like a Hispanic person stands up and they're like, well, I'm a conservative too. I have conservative values. And then a white guy stands up, says the same thing. And the white population move all around the Hispanic guy. It doesn't matter if the Hispanic guy's IQ is 95. White people will say, well, he's Hispanic, so we can't be called racists. Yes, you can. Yes, you are. Yes, you have been. Yes, you will be. If you get in the way of anti-whiteism, that's the word for you. Hispanics are not going to save the West. Okay, so let's just go ahead and half Hispanics are not going to save the West. They can play a wonderful role, wonderful contributors, wonderful people. I have met over the years plenty of good folks. They cannot lead the reclamation of the destiny of Western kind. Sake. Moreno is competing with State Senator Matt Dolan and Secretary of State Frank LaRose in the Republican primary, the winner of which will go head-to-head against Democrat Senator Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown. Sherrod is one of the two Democrats. The other is Montana Democrat John Tester. Name is far too plain. Won't win. Running for re-election in red states. The two races will be pivotal in determining which party controls the Senate. Trump's endorsement of Marino is not a slam dunk. Okay, let's just get to the good stuff. Trump's speech was made partially without the aid of a teleprompter. And this is Rolling Stone, so you know they're going to be slandering our Emperor King. Trump's speech was made partially without the aid of a teleprompter. Apparently, it was not working for him to refer to, as he mentioned several times. Like, they're trying to make fun of him. He mentioned that the teleprompter. Do we remember what happened to a certain black president when his teleprompter broke? Do we remember? The great speaker, the greatest speaker of all time, they told us, suddenly was a deer in headlights. A stuttering, fumbling deer in headlights. Anybody remember that? Oh, I sure as hell do. The greatest speaker of all time. You mean the greatest reader of all time? Or you not even that? You mean a decent reader of all time? You mean a Bill Clinton imitating reader of all time? That's what Barack Obama was. He cannot say anything in an improvised scenario. Nothing is impromptu. Donald Trump can impromptu underwater. He can start talking. This guy is still, even at his age, but he a Rolling Stone as well. He complained about his teleprompter, bro. I wonder what would happen to Biden if the teleprompter broke and he didn't have all his kindergarten style notes with giant pictures of the people that he's sitting beside. And then it says, and he meandered, riffled, made blunders, and mispronounced several words. Oh, Rolling Stone. Though, to be fair to the okay, I have an idea. Let's pull their license so they can't make any more media in America. How's that sound? That's what would happen if I were in charge. If I were in the ear of Donald Trump, I would say, license, please. Let's take their license. You're fired. You know how to do it, Trump. You're fired. Take their license away, and then other media companies will say, oh, shit. The license will get pulled. I guess he's not going around this time. To be fair to the apparent failing teleprompter, these gaffes have become typical during Trump's rally speeches. So they're trying to make it seem like, well, it's just this circus, this comedy of errors. Every Trump rally is just a comedy of errors. Don't go there, because really what's happening is, I'm sure they're being subverted. I'm sure that's what's happening. I'm sure it's being undermined. I'm sure they're being subverted to undermine Trump. Along with giving props, that's totally ghetto language. And Rolling Stone. You see, we've got to clean house. We have got to clean house. Along with giving their props to Marino. Trump also drove home his wrote stories. Oh, so he's got them all memorized. You mean actually this old man has shit tons of memorized stories? That's pretty impressive. About being the most persecuted president in history, mocking that as though he's not. Lodged put-downs of President Biden, of course, called special counsel Jack Smith deranged. He is. Overleading 2 federal probes against him, and touted his unfound. See, Trump needs an attack dog like me. That's what he needs. Trump needs an attack dog like me. And then he can come in and say, well, I'm going to reel him back a little bit, but yeah, still taking the license away from Rolling Stone. Props. He got some props. He gave him props, bitches. Yeah, ain't that America? Ain't that America? As the language just tumbles so that the most absolute TARDISes can communicate. Forget about it. No, thank you. And touted his unfounded perception of the migrants coming to the United States all being hardened criminals. Oh, that's unfounded? We have 2 stories today. Every day there's a news story about one of these criminal intruders raping, murdering, exposing themselves to children. Every day. Everywhere in the news I look, there's another story. If that's not true, then check it out for yourself. among other tropes. Among other tropes. Let's actually listen here.
At Illinois, I don't know how it continues. You have this guy Pritzker. I don't know. He's too busy eating. He wants to eat all the time.
Hold on, I gotta have the YouTube dashboard up so that I can make sure there's no trouble.
Would you like a hamburger? How many do you want? 5? I'll have 5 burgers, please. You go to his office. Would you like a hamburger? Yeah. Okay, I'll have 5 burgers, please. Who the hell?
All right, Trump serving up an epic word salad? Nah. Of course, it would not be a Trump rally without him spouting off about the election. Now, this is, of course, is the anti-white. Don't ever think that an anti-white is going to be intellectually fair with you. If your first thought was, where they say Trump serving up a word salad, if your first thought was, oh, but Biden, you're being foolish. You're being fooled. You're being chumped. You're being bitched. The anti-whites call themselves leftist, woke, or whatever. They're never fair. They're never intellectually fair. So forget about it. But Biden, it doesn't matter. Biden could. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I'm not going to say it. It was bad. He could have something else going on with his mouth, and they wouldn't care. They would still be mocking Trump for a word slipped or missed here or there. You're a man of that age. You're traveling from city to city, state to state, no sleeping, being persecuted, having all of his money stolen from him. By the way, apparently, Grace told me that Don Jr. the other day has been asked. You know, I've been pushing this Don Jr. for vice president. And he's been asked, and he speculated about that for a moment. Wouldn't that be great? And apparently he also said that his father would be safer with him than anyone else. No shit. No shit. It's kind of like Jason is tapped in somehow. It would not be a Trump rally without him spouting off about the election he won. And near apocalyptic terms, should he not be reelected this year. Quote, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. So I guess the implication is for the whole country. It's going to be, and then he says, it goes on, my apologies. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That will be the least of it, he warned. Later, he went on he went as far as ominously implying that voting as we know it won't exist if he loses. Quote, I don't think you're going to have another election in this country if we don't win this election, he said. He's right. Anybody want to argue with that? Anybody want to argue with that? I mean, right now, at this very moment, ordinary conservative people across this country are up to their elbows, digging in, covered in grease, finding all the ways out that the anti-whites cheat in elections. Cheat in elections. All the ways. If he doesn't win, this election, he's absolutely right. There'll be no stopping them. With the number of intruders, illegal intruders that they brought into this country, and the increase in congressional representation as a consequence, they'll hold the Democrat anti-whites will hold the House. They'll hold the House. They'll cheat for the presidents they want. The only kind of Republicans you'll get from there on out, you will beg for rhino Republicans at that point. I mean, the elections will be nothing but frauds. And here's the thing. That you'll know that the resistance, this iteration, this resistance against the anti-whites, the Democrats, here's how you know it will be over, is when the new Republican Party that'll be composed of even harder core anti-whites than are there now, and the hardcore anti-white Democrats will then suddenly have election integrity. Because among the thieves, they'll say, you're not cheating on us, you are not cheating. We know we worked together last decade and we stole the shit out of this country. So it's going to be paper ballots. That's how you'll know that this iteration of resistance is over. That's how you'll know that the Republican Party, going back however many decades now, that it's finally over. It's finally dead. And now the Republican Party you have moving forward will be something very different. It'll be two Democrat parties and elections will be all paper ballots. You have Musk at the exact same time tweeting out that if there isn't a red wave, the country is over. He said, if there is no red wave, America is over. I got something to say to Musk, and I got something to say to all of you white millionaires out there, because there are a shit ton of you. It is on you. It is 100% on you if the country is going to survive or not. You are it. It is your money, your resources, your talents, however you got to those millions. You have to invest in the right places. And here's one beautiful place to invest. Since we have the concepts, the psychological warfare concepts that protect us and undermine the psychological warfare concepts used against us by the anti-whites. You want to call them liberals, you want to call them woke, you want to call them communists, whatever you want to call them. We've got the tools that work and have been working, have worked for thousands. Why won't they work for you? We've got the tools that work. This is a place to invest. But it's on you. Musk, it's on you. I'm calling you out. Because I'm going to tell you what. The Elon Musks of the start of this country were the George Washingtons. They were the founding fathers. Those were the moneyed people that had everything to lose. And I've got to tell you, I find it infinitely sickening that I'm surrounded by white people. There's an absolute plentitude of white people around planet Earth today that have become so selfishly individualistic, have so enshrined the economy as the god and dollars as its angels, that when you mention to them that Elon should put it all on the line, they say, well, no, you can't expect him to put all of everything he's worked for on the line. He's got so much. Why would he? Fuck you. He better put it all on the line. Where do you think he's making that money from? Where's all the fame coming from? It's us. It's Western civilization. It's these United States. If there isn't a red wave, he better damn well sure be guaranteeing that there's going to be a red wave. What's he going to do? Selfishly, individualistically, just muddle along with the new radically anti-white South African-style dictatorship? Saint Domingo to Haitian-style dictatorship? Who is he looking to? The poor white masses like me? The middle-class white masses? Is that who he's looking to? If y'all don't go out there and make a red wave, well, then the country's over. You should be over if the country ends. You. Donald Trump is at least fighting. Every wealthy white person, I'm calling out every single one. And any white millionaires that don't come out to fight this, you should be stripped of your wealth when we recapture our destiny. You should have everything stripped of you. Look at Mike Lindell, a fucking former crack addict. And he's got it all on the line, battling these people, going after the cheating in the elections. Any white person with money sitting back, enjoying their golf cart and their boat rides and their boomer cycles and everything, it should all be stripped when we recapture our destiny. You don't deserve shit. You are the reason and you need these tough words. If you don't like it, tell your fucking wife to get out of the room. If she's all getting nervous about it, tell her to shut the fuck up and get out. Because it's time that white men take control. We're going to have, if you don't want these anti-white, non-whites coming up in the country, going over to the jacuzzi where your 4-year-old little girl's sitting and pulling out his genitals and masturbating in front. If you don't want that everywhere like you have in Central South America, then you're going to want a powerful, angry, genius white man in charge. And if it makes you uncomfortable, then you are the problem. So I'm calling you all out, especially Musk. Buddy, you weird ass can't put two sentences together. Better get out there with your billions right now and make sure there's a red wave. If there isn't a red wave, the country's over. You know, if the country ends, then somebody should end you. And metaphorically, you're going to sit up there with $200 billion in wealth if there isn't a red wave. You could light up every town in the United States with your wealth. Every town could be coded. Every commercial, it could be nothing, but this is what's going to happen. You have to vote this way. You cannot vote for them. Red wave or it's over. Where are your advertisements, Elon? Where are the candidates? Where are the newspaper stories that you're paying for that cause Democrat voters in various ways to not vote for their candidates? Why isn't this happening, Elon? All the money in the world. Well, they might come after you. No shit. They're coming after all of us. Look at the country you were born in. If somebody doesn't do something, could you imagine being that much of a bitch? Could you imagine being that much of a bitch to have $200 billion in wealth and then saying, well, if there's not a red wave, if y'all don't make a red wave happen, it's over. Go out, pay off all of Donald Trump's everything he's facing. Pay it all off. Pay it off like this. Well, they're going to say mean things about you. No shit. Who cares? You don't want to be investigated and subjected to everything the anti-whites are going to do to you. Then you better start buying people off, buddy. Where do you think you live? Where do you think this crib of Western civilization is going to survive the anti-whites having 100% control, uncontestable control? Sickening. There's not going to be a red wave. Why? You know what? If Elon was doing anything, all of these leftist anti-white mouthpieces, organs, colons is what they are of information. They all would be going apeshit. And that's exactly what we should be hearing right now. Elon Musk is doing this. Elon Musk is doing that. Elon Musk. Where are your teams of activists? Where are your teams of undercover journalists? Where is the association with mafias to protect your ass from the mafias that and their associations that the anti-whites use? I swear to God. Hey, do not tell me. Any white person say, well, he doesn't want to risk all his holdings and he doesn't want to risk what he's worked for. Don't say that in front of me. I will slap the teeth right out of your mouth. Absolutely disgusting. And don't you dare say to me, well, the people in positions of authority, they have a family too. Well, then quit. Turn it over to somebody who is actually brave enough. This general or that general doesn't want to carry out what Trump needs to do when he gets into office, then go flip burgers where there aren't any risks. Fuck your family. That's what I have to say. I mean, that's just the reality. Flip burgers. If you're going to have an excuse, go flip burgers. And then look at this. Look at this, exactly what I'm talking about. We're going to move on to the next news item, which is Tyson Foods. And we had this anti-white, black caller on the Twitter space last week. Tell me how white race suffers. Well, Tyson not hiring any white people. I mean, this is every single day. So anytime an anti-white is saying garbage like that, you know they're lying. You know they're happy with the victimization. They're saying, tell me something that I'm not happy with. Like, are all the white people going to be executed tomorrow? I might think that's a little too much. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. Trump is supporting Colombian-born Marino, a wealthy businessman who formerly owned a car dealership and also briefly addressed the audience during Trump's speech, calling him a great American. The anti-LGBTQ rights candidate was recently embroiled in controversy, and then they're going to share, what is it going to be, something nasty here? Okay, so he had a is he single? He had an account, they're claiming, on a hook up and have sex. I don't even care. I don't even care. That's what I have to say. So to all the sewing circle women out there who are Republican voters, I'm going to tell you right now, get over it, or we're going to take your right to vote. Get over it, because you are the problem. You keep requiring that we vote pussies into office. The Pences. And then we get a Pence. We get Pence after Pence after Pence after Pence. And I mean, you might even translate that right over into British English, because you're not even getting a whole pound. You're just getting this little bitch. So get over it. So he was looking to have sex with somebody. All right, so he also celebrated Vance. All right, good on you. Trump, yes, sir. Celebrated Noam. I don't know so much. So, lukewarm. Jim Jordan, totally lukewarm there. He likes to puff up like a ptarmigan. You know, he likes to puff like the bird. He likes to puff up like a bird getting ready to try to attract a mate. And then not a lot of substance afterward. So, but maybe he can be given balls if he's got somebody like me telling him what to do. Here's what you're going to do. Because it's St. Patrick's Day, and we are taking back our destiny. What do we have going on here? Let's take a look at, on Twitter, Tyson Food. I see Ivan the Huggable is here. Hyperborean Dream is here. Cool Papa J Magic. And Gary is here. Masumik is here. Great to see you, sister. Steve is here. Slaughtz, the genius, is with us. Wonderful. White Man is here. Pants is here. White Baron is here. Make sure you share, you give a like, and you share far and wide. Wing and Production is here. Wing and Production says we need a new elite. Exactly. And I need to be the model for that. I need to be the model. Trump needs me. He needs me to be able to march into Pentagon offices and physically yoink people right up out of their desk chairs. Go in there and ask them jack shit. Be polite, jack shit. You're dealing with criminals. You're dealing with destroyers of our civilization. Polite? Is your noose too tight? Good. It's going to get a whole lot tighter. Travis here with Travis has a massive audience, almost 400,000 followers on Twitter. We need to help him to understand our plight a little better with concepts that will serve him and our people a lot better than what we're facing here. I mean, we are fraught with dangers everywhere we look. We are fraught with dangers everywhere we look. When are people going to get serious? We can have a good time. We do have a good time. We love swashing. We have a great time swashing. These are serious times. We got serious subjects to talk about too. Travis says here on Twitter, what Tyson Foods did to residents in Iowa is one of the worst things we've seen a company do. The Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney situation was pathetic, but this is 100 times worse. Now, the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney is white erasure. And what they're doing to this town is white erasure. It's something like, I mean, maybe it'll say it somewhere here, but it's like a tenth or something crazy of the jobs. That's it. The town's dead. That's what's shipping all the factories first to Central and South America and then over into Southeast Asia. Those people are all doing really well. But you can drive in Pennsylvania, for example, you can drive in Ohio, and you can turn the corner of a mountain and you suddenly see housetops as far as the eye can see, and it's all a ghost land because it used to be a thriving white town. They survived on the main factory and then all the attendant businesses that served everybody that lived there, and it was thriving and it was picturesque and it was wonderful. It was white people and some non-white people, and now all the power been shut off, water been shut off, the houses are deserted except for these intruders, these illegal intruders that take up residence in these empty homes. And this is everywhere. I've seen them with my own two eyes. But of course, check it out for yourself, because maybe the anti-whites will just decide that I'm not allowed to say what I've seen with my own two eyes anymore. I know in Canada, the anti-whites have so much power. They hold so many nodes of power. And the people, our people in Canada, are so brainwashed with anti-whiteism that now they have a bill moving forward that will jail you for life for heresy to anti-whiteism. Jail you for life for heresy to anti-whiteism. You disagree with anti-whiteism? You're not anti-white enough? 5 years to life. That's what they can do with you. You look across the Atlantic Ocean right now, and you see, after the arrests of people using white negative speech over there, that what are they doing now? The racialist groups, the people who will openly say they're for white people, what are they doing now? They are pushing abstractions now. I mean, it's either blame it all on some non-white race, or it's not focus on white people then. No, not for them. It's blame it all on this non-white race or that non-white race. And if they can't blame it on them, then they'll say it's about freedom of speech. We need free speech here. We need homes for people here rather than homes given away to people coming in. All of these abstractions. Now, nobody gets it right. Everybody to like a little bit of a degree get it right. Nobody like here. Nobody like here. So you got Canada, you won't be able to say anything at odds with. You got the people who are explicit white sympathetics over in the UK who are suddenly like, what about free speech? What about, it's unbelievable. Nothing to do with us whatsoever. We're being cozened everywhere. We look it up if you don't. COZEN. We are being cozened everywhere you look, and people continue to push back. No, Jason, we can't do it your way because they're so jealous. So here's what you have up in Iowa. How many of these good white people that work at the Tyson's Food Factory would have told me to myself, had I shown up and said, we need to point out that this is anti-whiteism? How many of them would have said, it isn't about race? How many of them would have said that? It isn't about the other races. It's just about yours. It's about your white ass. Your fat, lumpy, white ass. That's what it's about, dum-dum. It's about you. It isn't about race. They found you. You can't see color? They can. Bud Lights, Dylan Mulvaney, and now he's got a song out. He or she, whatever he's going by, right? I don't know. Because last time I heard that he was thinking about being a he again, or being able to be called he, even though he's going to continue parading as a teenage girl. Check it out for yourself. The song I heard, Mulvaney's going to make money. Mulvaney's going to live good, because this is the sickness of the West. Everybody want to go. All these white people want to go. It's going to be white people's money making this degenerate wealthy. Song so auto-tuned. Nothing. I never heard anything like it before. They announced Monday that they'll be closing, Tyson did, the plant in June, shocking the entire town. 1,200 people. 15% of the entire town. 15% is dead. Works at the plant. They're all going to be unemployed now. You know what else is happening? Dollar store. Somebody check it out for me and then tag me in one of the live chats and let me know. Is it Dollar Store going to be closing 1,000 locations? 1,000 locations. You want to know a little tidbit that most white people you don't know? You want to know a little tidbit? We pay for those stores. We pay. The employees and etc. All of it is subsidized by tax dollars, and most of the tax dollars are shouldered by the white population. So they're going to say, well, look, they're closing. Remember, it was a couple months ago, and we heard about Rite Aid and CVS, and they're going to be closing their stores in the ghettos across this land, where it's all filthy and degenerate, and it's because of the people that makes it filthy and degenerate. Not whether or not they're poor, not whether or not, etc. How wealthy was the white population that built this country? When we were running around, no shoes, Dust Bowl storms, nothing, no teeth falling out. How much wealth was required for peace and civility, and what we do as Westerners, as Westmen, white men, women, and children. Didn't require wealth for us to behave. So we covered the story. It's going to be the Rite Aids. What's the other one called? The CVS. These are the drug stores for our brothers and sisters around the world. So it's your drug stores, it's your pharmacies, it's that kind of store. And they used to be everywhere. Well, in the ghettos, in the predominantly non-white areas, let's just put it that way, because they're not all ghettos. Some of them are like fairly nice. Franklin and I in Northern Virginia, we have some fairly nice, but predominantly non-white areas. They're going to shut down. They're going to shut them down. Subsidized. And it's still not enough by you and me. How do you like doing that? How do you like having the non-white area down the road where they have their dollar stores and they have their CVS, they have their Rite Aid, they have all their etc. They have these stores, and you ignorantly think that it's able to function, that it's a business that's able to function there. You ignorantly think that because you are an ignorant asshole. When none of that shit functions without us subsidizing it. Can we go back to the beginning of the gathering when I said, how about we just mow all that shit down and plant old growth forests? We'll just go get the old Virginia pines. We'll go to the dark forest in Europe, and we'll take seedlings and we'll just grow a gorgeous, absolutely aromatic forest in its place. We'll get rid of everything there. Any sign of civilization that we turned over, we'll just get rid of it. We'll get rid of it. I would much rather have King Bambi running through the forest than a bunch of malcontent motherfucking garbage bitching and moaning that the environment, the hell environment that they create, that we even have to subsidize as endless band-aids, isn't good enough. And now that it's going to get shut down, it's all my fault again. You all ruined shit. It's your fault. Fuck you. Man the ramparts. So it announced 1,200 people in this town. And it's going to be people of all races, but it's predominantly white, largely white. They're all going to be unemployed. Simultaneously, Tyson is also, now, everything we talk about all the time. This is white erasure. This is white erasure. Tyson is working with an asylum advocate group to hire 2,500 asylum seekers who are cleared to work. These aren't people in the shadows. These are non-white people. I'm going to say it again. Tyson is firing 1,200 people, predominantly white. And this is where you get a good example of collateral damage, where when anti-whiteism is able to injure white people, non-white people also get injured. So it's a great example of collateral damage. So the non-white people there among this predominantly white people getting fired too. And Tyson is then pivoting and saying, we want to hire 2,500 100% non-white people. 2,500 100% non-white people who are on the books. So they're not going to be able to go without paying them. You know, OSHA is not going to be able to be hamstrung when they come to work at their factories. Clear to work, and they'll make $16.50 an hour and have benefits. How much do you want to bet if you investigate? How much do you want to bet that you and I are subsidizing this? That you and I are subsidizing these people's employment, just like was happening at Dollar Store, just like happening elsewhere. How much do you want to bet that we're fucking paying for it? I'm going to tell you what, folks, you have no idea. When the anti-whites hold 100% of the power and there is no ability to push back for the white race, and that's coming, the white man completely destroyed, completely gelded by the anti-white system, you have no ability to imagine how bad it's going to be. All of these places are all subsidized by you and me. When there's no more subsidy, there's no more businesses there. That means there's no food. There's no medicine. And you're not going to be able to build a bunker and save yourself. So get this idiocy out of your head. You're not going to be able to fill enough freezers with enough meat. Get that idiocy out of your head. Not only will those masses be running wild. I mean, look right now with the Pittsburgh, and they're saying no more police at nighttime. Can you imagine? You know what? Pittsburgh was 100% white when white people created Pittsburgh. Now it's a lot less white, and the majority of those are anti-white white people, so total scumbags. And now look at the outcome. No police for you. So not only is there going to be this massive collapse, but the anti-whites are going to use the state against you. You better find me and people like me to be in charge of the white race and the reclamation of our destiny. You better mature sociopolitically really quickly, spiritually really quickly, white people. You better mature really quickly. You have like Santos on that Twitter space I was on, where he was complaining about the border. And this is what I'm talking about with a multiracial society where the different non-white groups have numerical courage. And he says he's fine with all the Latinos coming in. Is that what you want, white people, for your leadership? Is that what we want? Fuck, no, it's not. We don't want more Hispanics coming in this country. We want a white Western country. So Santos says, oh, well, he's worried about blacks coming in, and he's worried about Arabs coming in. He's not worried about Hispanics coming in. This really going to shape up absolutely for the sanguinary hell that a multiracial civilization gives you. Can you imagine if we don't recapture our destiny as Western kind? In the halls of governance, you're going to have this non-white group and that non-white group, and they will bring guns and shoot at each other in the houses of governance that we built. And white people will be scurrying for their lives like roaches. Men acting like, the males acting like roaches because they're waiting for the white women to tell them what to do. So this is what we get. Jason's pissed off. Why doesn't Jason just want to deliver the news, like about the Tyson? Why doesn't he just want to tell us and then act like, boy, that's not fair, and then we can move on to the next thing? He's all passionate. Why is that? Why? Because I'm able to empathize and sympathize with the families there. I'm able to, I mean, not only able, it just happens for me. Mirror neurons. Maybe you weren't born. Maybe because I am an alloy of the white race, because I have all of white DNA that's possible in my line, maybe because I'm an alloy of all of it, I automatically feel the suffering. I automatically am able to see the households where there's suddenly the white families are sitting around thinking, oh my God, how are we going to pay the dentist? How are we going to pay the payments on the health care? How are we going to pay for the kids to still go to the private school so they don't have to go to the fucking the zoo, public school, where they're set upon by the geniuses, the astronauts to be, who just want to crack skulls open? I'm able to instantly be there. So the problem is you're the one who's broken inside. You're the one who's malfunctioning. And then the recommendation, Travis says, everyone needs to boycott it into oblivion. You can't have a real, if we were the white ADL, we could destroy Tyson. When we would go after some aspect of it and destroy it. You want to have a boycott that is carried out chaotically because there's no organization in the white race of selfish, individualistic jerks. And what do you end up having? Well, the revenue drops a bit and then they come right back. And then it comes right back up. Big deal. Tyson needs to know that anti-whiteism is immoral, un-American, un-Western, or anti-Western, and unacceptable forevermore. And not only, if we were the white ADL, would we be able to organize and tell not only the white America, but tell the white Western world none of their products. Here are the names everywhere they exist. Like if they had a factory in Iceland or something where the laws were a little bit more favorable to us to shut them down, that's where I would go. I would ruin them everywhere they are weak. And then we would hire people because we would be getting money from all these millions or all these millionaire white people. We would hire activists to go sit in their corporate buildings and shut them down so they can't do any work, to go sit around their cars so they can't drive anywhere. Not going to happen with a boycott, a chaotic boycott of selfish individualists. So let's see. There's also a little bit of news. I won't put it up on the screen, but this one is by a guy called Tom Fitton over here on Twitter, president of Judicial Watch. You probably know who he is. Massive account, 2.5 million people. He definitely needs some help as well when it comes to the concepts. Happy to help him out. He could reach out to me and call me if he wants. Stop being a pussy. He says, all these people, so I'm so tired of them. I don't know if I should be associated. He's very electric, isn't he? I don't know if I should associate with him. You notice the anti-whites, they've got no problem associating with their most radical, with their most dynamic. And that's where you're going to get all of these. We love our conservative brothers and sisters, but you don't advance with conservatism, okay? You advance with dynamic radicals like myself. So our conservative brothers and sisters like Tom Fenton are going to have to get comfortable. If they want Trump to win, they're going to have to get comfortable with people like me and you. If they want Trump, people who are moral, who want what's best for everybody of all races, but we are not going to, one more step, going to ignore white people being targeted for victimization. We're done with that shit. We are the new age that's rising. Conservatism, they can fight the defensive battle. You need dynamic, aggressive, intelligent advocates for the West, i.e. white well-being, if you want to take any ground back. Tom points out here, he says Tyson Food ties at least 10% of executive compensation awards. Wait a second, did we hear that from someplace else? Oh, maybe it was from Arvind Krishna. You remember Krishna? Do not tell me what to do, Krishna. You remember him? Anti-white extraordinaire over at, what is it, Apple? Or not Apple, IBM? Same exact thing. Folks, and to the caller from last week, all the other anti-whites out there, how are white people getting hurt? How are white people getting hurt? Well, you get penalized at IBM for hiring white people. Financial penalty for it. You get bonuses for hiring non-white people and women of any race. So white males out. Tyson Food doing the same thing. According to Tom Fenton, check it out for yourself. Executive compensation awards promoting, he says, woke racism. Tom, you sound really, come on. Come on. Woke racism? You have no idea about psychological warfare. You need to reach out to me and I will school you, my friend. I have every confidence in the world that I've seen you talk before. I've seen you give speeches. You'll have no problem understanding what I have to share. IQ's high enough to understand what I have to share. And then you can start sharing concepts that will actually enable you to advocate against judicial activism, which is what you do, which is your wheelhouse, right? You'll actually be able to have some success instead of the endless losing. I need you to have success, Tom. I need you to have success. I'm not here. You know what Patton would do? He would slap you in the face and drag you out of the bed, drag you outside, and pistol whip you with an ivory revolver. So we're men here. We're men. If you don't like it, you can't stand it, then get lost. So 10% of the compensation, 10, not 0.10, 10% of the compensation awards promote anti-whiteism, so woke racism, anti-whiteism, and he says socialism / Marxism. So anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism, and what everybody needs to accept, the reality of it, and I'm going to start reviewing the book and literature on it here, is that the communist Chinese are the biggest players in pushing anti-whiteism in Western civilization, especially Canada and the United States. The communist Chinese are destroying Canada and America by pushing and financing, and they are pulling the levers behind the scenes, making sure all good fortune comes to anti-whites, because that's the corrosive ideology destroying the West. So especially for our brothers and sisters out there, they say the communists, well, it's specifically the Chinese communists are paying for this shit massively, are pushing it massively. We're going to be covering the books, and I encourage you to go investigate it for yourself, in case you think I'm wrong, in case you think I've got it wrong. It's my opinion based on my readings. We're going to pull this up really quickly about Tyson food. And then we're going to move on to the two more consequences of having criminal mestizo intruders who coming across the border and being flown in. Like the one, I think the one might have been flown in by Biden. Or no, that was a different one in New York just the other day. A different one. And now, mind you, again, like we had the tweet the other day, and I actually had somebody say to me, can you believe that they're now categorizing what are clearly non-white people as white on the arrest records? And I was just like, I am in the twilight zone. It might be, I mean, I'm not drinking anything today, but I must be shit-faced, because before the internet was robust enough for all of this conversation, we got newspapers. So at most they were like monthly. And back then they would show pictures of people, non-whites, who were arrested, and then what they had been categorized as. We're talking 30 years ago. Anti-whites were already doing that garbage, listing non-white criminals as white because of what it does to the arrest records, how it conceals non-white crime and magnifies artificially crime committed by white people. Another reason, by the way, as if you didn't put two and two together, that it's ignorant to go walking around with, let me show you the data of the arrest records. And it's even worse. So we see these two, who knows, maybe they'll be categorized as white men. They probably will be. But first, we're going to watch this.
Missouri, Iowa is about to change drastically, and not for the better. This week, Tyson Foods announced that it will be permanently closing its pork factory in Perry, killing around 1,200 jobs in a town of just 8,000 people. So as Perry residents struggle to cope with mass layoffs, Tyson Foods has its eyes on a different class of workers.
Here we go. And is Waters on his knee going to, or on his brain? Is Waters on his brain going to mention that it's anti-whiteism? I don't know.
The company is now offering new jobs to asylum seekers in other states like New York. Bloomberg says Tyson.
What will happen to the truck drivers? More and more, we're seeing these truck drivers who are patriotic and all of these like redoubts of patriotism. When I was a little boy, I told you, where they would say, why you keep bothering yourself with that, young Jason? You just don't worry about it. The military is patriotic and white, and they won't let anything happen. And then truckers, the construction workers, they're all being white erased. They're all being white erased. And you had a case the other day up in New Jersey or whatever, where one of these south of the border truck drivers decided to use his brakes coming down a hill rather than downshifting to control the weight of the truck. And the brakes went out and he killed a bunch of people. Yay, El Salvador. Yay, Colombia. That's what I want. That's what I want here in America. Oh, the family's dead? Well, you know, we live in Colombia. What do you expect? We live in Peru. What do you expect? That shit just happens naturally all the time.
It's tracking migrants in a massive database. They scroll through the data like Facebook. You see a worker you like, tap, hire. They even had a job fair.
All right. He didn't say anything. Waters on his brain didn't say anything about anti-whiteism. Shame. We're going to have to get to him. We've got him to say, we've swashed on him before and got him to say anti-white, and we will, and it's us. It is us doing it. It is us. Don't can tell me somebody else said anti-white 1 time, 5 times, 10 times, 14 years ago. I don't fucking care. Are you kidding me? Stop being such a jealous little midget stick. Get on board or shut your mouth. We're going to keep rolling here. Let's pull up this next item that you all might find amusing. A champion who has used anti-whiteism, Joey Manorino, who himself is endlessly plagued by ne'er-do-wells, I've noted, shared on Twitter I won't put that up. I'll put up the story, though, that I have of it. Or do I not have a story for it? No, that is my story, I guess. No, I thought I had an actual article on it. But I'm not seeing it. Let's pull this up then. That's not it. There it is. So he says an illegal alien from El Salvador became a teacher in Maryland and raped 3 children between the ages of 6 and 12. Yeah, I do have an article. Let me see if I can find it here. There it is. These are the people Joe Biden wants in our country, says Joey. Thank God it's got tons of views. We would have liked him to use some of the 6 key concepts, but this is what we're bringing into the country. And you know what's going to end up happening, here, eventually in the US, just like happening in Canada, that eventually they'll say, oh, you can't be heretical to anti-whiteism. So if you're not delighted with white erasure in the United States by way of flooding people from other lands into this country, then you get to go to jail for life. For life. I'm going to tell you what, it's going to be a very loud day if they come and try to take me to jail for life. Like I will go into one of their kangaroo courts. Fuck that. Maryland church teacher charged with sexually abusing children was deported twice. And this is in Gaithersburg, not far from Northern Virginia. A Maryland church teacher. This is the country changing. So white females out there. I know there are still a lot of white females out there. I really got to speak to my white sisters out there. Really got to speak to you. We are all, men and women, infected with anti-whiteisms, anti-white ideas. In the science of Go Free, we refer to them as meme pathogens. We are all infected with these ideas. For you all, a whole range of those that infect you are called feminism. And they have convinced white women to stab white men in the back, in the homes, their fathers, their husbands, their sons, their boyfriends, to commit this perfidy in the home, in the personal relationships. And they have terrorized you with this idea that if you submit to white men, as is natural for you, if you submit to white men and the leadership of white men, then somehow you're going to be treated worse than females have ever been treated in the history of the world. I want you're going to get an opportunity. We're not going to give you a bunch of them, though. Reflect on the reality that females in any country have never in all of history forced the men to do shit. Ever. That means that white men gave you your rights. That white men who loved you, white men who loved our women, gave women rights. That they did not, You were traded like cattle, like sheep. You were given these things. So your future with white male leadership is not this new hell on earth for you. The hell on earth for you, you're looking at it right there, right beside me. That's your new hell. That's going to be raping your children. That's going to be gang raping you. And that is going to continue and get worse and worse unless you put guys like me, and me specifically, and guys like me in charge. Unless you say, that is what I want. I don't feel comfortable about it. I feel very nervous about it. I know he's going to do dangerous things. I know he's going to do aggressive things that make me uncomfortable, but it's got to be that way if we are going to have peace and Western civilization. So here you have it. A Maryland church teacher was in the country illegally when he was charged with sexually assaulting multiple children. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcers, ICE, told the national desk on Thursday. El Salvador. Yeah, isn't that nice? Isn't that just wonderful? I always thought to myself, where I would love, if I ever got lucky enough to have kids or other children related to me, or just white children in general, I always thought to myself, you know what? I would love to just raise them in El Salvador. I would just love it. So thank God that the anti-whites have brought El Salvador to me. Thank God. El Salvador native, Irvin, what is that? Giovanni Alfaro Lopez. Always with this, you always know when a person or is low IQ. You always know, because it's always the meaningless pomp and circumstance. And you see this with a lot of low IQ people. They give their children like 8 names. Doesn't mean the child is going to be low IQ, but if you're one of these people with 8 names, dump half that shit. Get all of it. You are not made special by your gold chains, your hoopties, your hydraulics on your car, your 5 names. All of that stuff just makes you look like a child to true men of the West. Because you have a child's mentality. Children do that kind of thing. I remember when I was a child and I used to look at like ridiculous looking, like pink or a Cadillac in like 4 colors and hydraulics and spinners on the wheels and everything. And I thought, oh, wow, look at that. And I looked at my dad, and I would say, don't you think that's neat? And my dad would say, no, you'll understand when you get older and you mature. And then when I grew out of childhood, I looked at those things and I was like, that is a joke. Those people they have this vacuousness about them. And so they try to cover it up with all of this pomp and circumstance, all of this glitter on top. Just more feathers, more feathers. Can't pass the IQ test? More feathers. Get this man some more feathers. El Salvador native Alfaro Lopez, 33, was arrested and charged Monday with sexually abusing at least 3 children at a Montgomery County church. Montgomery County. Lopez has been arrested in 2015 for entering the country illegally and was released. So he came into the country illegally, which is to break the law. And what is this? Is this true that I just heard the other day about a judge ruling that somebody tell me, somebody look this up. Is it true that a judge recently ruled that these illegal intruders can carry firearms because of the spirit of America, that we allow gun ownership? Is that true? Let me also point out that the fact that this guy is a mestizo is not his problem. This group of people is not the problem. Anti-whiteism, anti-whites in this group of people, criminal behavior, where you find it, that's what's the problem, not the way that they're born. So don't fall into that trap. It's all about victimizing us. That's where our focus is, putting an end to our victimization. He was deported twice. Department of Justice immigration judge in 2018 ordered Alfaro Lopez to be deported, and he left the country and then came back in and was deported again. ICE says it is unclear how or when Lopez returned to the U.S. without being processed. Lopez was arrested in August 23 on charges of second-degree rape and third-degree sex offense. In September of that year, the Montgomery County Circuit Court amended the charge to 12 counts of sexual assault, stemming back to 2014. Well, hey, white ladies, I mean, yeah, keep white guys like me, keep pushing us out. Keep telling all of these sycophantic, truckling white males who want to say that you're in charge and you can figure it out and you've identified the problems and now the guys have to go take care of what you have said to take care of. You can keep pushing guys like me out and all your kids are going to get raped. They're all going to be diddled. They're all going to be diddled. So that's the future for you. Good luck. Lopez hit with 13 counts of sexual assault between March and December. Wow. The Salvadorian is being held without bail. Recent influx of migrant crime continues to tax law enforcement officers at all levels. Kenner, Louisiana Police Chief Keith Conley said his experience with prosecuting undocumented, you mean criminal intruders, placed significant demands on his small local police department. And folks, that's what we're seeing all across the country, is sheriffs saying, we can't do this. Police departments saying, we don't have the resources. We are unable to deal with all of these illegal intruders in our towns, committing crimes. Again, white ladies. Again, what kind of leadership do you want? Do you want to protect your white children? Well, apparently not. Because you got this guy who's in the country. And what about this? What about this one as well? Hey, smart move here. Check this one out. Anchorage police seek man who exposed himself to little girl, 4-year-old. It's actually a 4-year-old little girl. And this article from the scum writing this, exposed himself to girls. Is that what it was? Is a 4-year-old a girl? Look at this. Look at this piece of shit. Look at this thing. Should be circling the drain in your toilet. Should be. Looks like what circles the drain at a Taco Bell bathroom. That's what we got here. Anchorage police are seeking a man accused of masturbating in front of a young girl, 4-year-old, at a fitness club, which didn't file, the fitness club I mean, look at the anti-whiteism from top to bottom here. Nothing but anti-whiteism from top to bottom. People who are going free will get it. And those who are not, you won't get it. Nothing. The fitness club didn't call the cops. This malefactor pulled his genitals out in front of a 4-year-old little girl and masturbated in front of her. And the club didn't call the police. You know, if white men were in charge, the police would be called when we were done. Do you follow me? Metaphorically, the police would be called when we were done. Oh, but I don't know. Do you think he's gonna do something too aggressive? I mean, should we have something like that? There must be another way. Let's talk about abstractions. They didn't file a police report on the incident or another one or two incidents. Why did they not file a police report? Anti-whiteism. This is a non-white person, black, and therefore totally angelized. It's a black Hispanic, totally angelized, can do no wrong. And if the ownership there is white, then they are afraid of being sued into oblivion for a breach of what? Sued into oblivion for all of the slavery on planet Earth and other planets in slavery and distant solar systems. So they're just like, they could do. So white ladies out there, again, the anti-white, black, Hispanic can go ahead and masturbate in front of your children, and he's not going to get in trouble because anti-whiteism is in place. How does that sound? You're still going to be opposed to moral, aggressive leadership that I exemplify? They're busily like, they clicked on and they're like, how do I click off? How do I click off of this? You. I hope it's you first. According to, we got to put an end to anti-whiteism. And the concepts that we use do that. According to an email from police spokeswoman Renee Oistad, a 41-year-old Natchez Dunlap has been charged with a felony count of first-degree exposure in February. Officers were called that afternoon to the Alaska Club's South location off O'Malley Road near the old Stewart Highway. Who cares? The crime had reportedly taken place in the hot tub approximately 30 minutes before officers were called. Oistad wrote, Dunlap had left the club prior to the police notification. They let him leave before they even called. Wow. And the building is still standing? Wow. In a criminal complaint against Dunlap, police said staff at the club identified him based on his membership. Police say a 4-minute surveillance video of the incident just after noon on February 10 allegedly captured him making a repeated stroking motion with his hand near his genitals after the 4-year-old victim got into the hot tub. So they were sitting on the edge of the hot tub. So they were on the edge, you know, their knees below in the water. Subsequent surveillance videos showed Dunlap speaking with the victim's mother before she left to report the incident. So she confronted him. Anonymous post, and get this. This woman has to be white. Has to be a white woman. I don't know. I haven't read through this yet. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong or right. Has to be white. Because what other kind of woman would look over at a hot tub with a stranger, full-grown adult male, and then say, yes, 4-year-old, you can go get in the hot tub with that man? They ain't no what, and non-white mom. I mean, I will be very surprised. I've never even heard of a non-white mother. Only a white woman would look at a non-white man, especially a black one, and then say, oh, well, that's one of the angels. He can't do no wrong. And I would feel inside so bad about myself. I would feel like I had personally enslaved him, and I was personally swinging the whip on his back for 10 million millennia. If I had any doubt about how wonderful a person he is, how beautiful he would be to my little girl, so I immediately gave her up on the altar of anti-whiteism. Only a white woman. Non-white male in the tub. Looking as sketchy as all hell. Guaranteed, if it had been me sitting in the tub, the white mother would not have allowed the child. Suddenly she would have got healthy. Suddenly she would have been like the non-white mothers who would have said, they would have looked over and seen that, look at that white guy over there. No, you can't go in there yet. Wait till mom can go over with you. Guaranteed. In an anonymous post Monday night, a person who identified herself as the mother said she was swimming with her 3-year-old daughter when the 4-year-old visited the adjacent hot tub to warm up. She soon returned to the pool, saying a man in the tub had exposed himself. The post included a photo allegedly showing Dunlap looking at the girls in the hot tub. The poster said she immediately reported the incident to staff at the club, who said they would review the footage. Needless to say, I'm disappointed in this sick man. According to the police complaint, further investigation found the staff at the club received an October report about another incident in which Dunlap was allegedly visibly touching himself and showing himself to an 8-year-old little girl. The Alaska club investigated and did not find the video surveillance that they felt that was supported the claim enough. So, of course, they did nothing. Let's see. I guess this isn't the one where they like quote the little girl. I guess this isn't the article where the mother is saying what the little girl had said, that the strange man had shown her his penis and played with it. A 4-year-old! How do we get here? Well, anti-whiteism, of course. But there are a number of ways that we get to a place like this. And Grace had retweeted, is this Wilder? A post that he had made on Twitter. Grace wrote here, I understand cramps, but this is one reason women shouldn't be in important positions. If you are in charge of an entire office, you can't just leave and not come back for 5 days. Or if you're a surgeon, are you going to cancel someone's critical surgery because you are cramping? Let's take a look at what this little bitch has to say on this video that Grace was referring to. If it will play. We will make a quick adjustment. And this is what happens everywhere. This is what happened in the service, the U.S. military. You can check it out for yourself, see if what I'm about to say is true or false. But in the beginning of the arguments anti-whites made, and they're always their arguments, remember, they're pretext to conceal the anti-whiteism they're trying to achieve. And so you never debate them on their pretext. You never debate them on their lies. You just go after their purpose, because they're going to be able to assemble reasonable arguments. So they said, if there is a woman out there who is able to perform at the level of a man, then isn't it wrong to prevent her from participating in a combat role or in all of these other traditionally male roles or only male roles in the U.S. military? And then, of course, to a lot of housewives of both sexes, they said, well, that's a pretty reasonable argument. Yeah. Well, then as soon as they got their foot in the door, the camel's nose under the tent, as soon as they did that, then it was, you can't expect women to do the same things. You can't expect that, but you better pay us the same. And so in the U.S. military now, rampant, and check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was there. Maybe I saw it with my own two eyes, but check it out for yourself. You see women getting paid the same and more in holding jobs that were restricted to men, and the women are able or allowed to do less, paid the same or more and allowed to do less. This is the march of anti-whiteism. And this is going to be another thing that you're going to see Waters on his brain talking about. And he's going to say, can you believe how silly it is? Meanwhile, I'm going to go jump in my brand new Jaguar, and I'm taking the family down to Tampa. Life is good when you have water on your brain. But the rest of us, we're going to hell. It's not a fucking joke. Call it anti-whiteism. Is this going to work or not? What the living shit? You magnify the video, it decides not to work.
Why is this not a thing? You're telling me in 2024 women still are not able to go home and take off of work during their menstrual cycles. Why is this not a thing?
Not allowed to vote anymore. I mean, let me ask you this. If women were no longer allowed to vote, case in point right here. We've looked at those maps before. It's like every state but Oregon goes red if women were not allowed to vote. I mean, maybe Donald Trump has to get rid of a woman's right to vote, at least for a time, so that people whose gaze is not right here to the womb, and who are going to cry over every baby and every land and every. What did we just have with this? The woman, I didn't even get to the story. I didn't even see the story now that I think about it. The woman, I'm going to have to cover it on Wednesday. The white woman who made friends with the non-white anti-white who murdered her mother. And then when he got out of jail, she hired him to work for her and then invited him to come stay with her. And then he killed her. This is the mind of most women. This is how they think. I can nurture. How many white women out there do you find with fucking ferocious pit bulls? It's this, I'm going to redeem the bad name. I'm going to show you how this is actually a good little baby with fangs and viciousness and murdering and raping. I'm going to show you. Oh, it's like everything is viewed as a child. Everything is viewed as a child that can be coddled enough and then will be all good for society. And that show, Pit Bulls and Parolees, exemplifies a bunch of white females who go out to redeem the reputations of pit bulls and non-white criminals. So here's your voter that is fucking up America.
I don't understand it because I have really painful periods. I know that I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of women, and I still have taken things for it. Like, it doesn't.
Okay, then shut the fuck up, get in the kitchen, and deal with your PMS.
Fix it, but it is a really awkward situation trying to go to your managers, especially me working in a male-dominated industry, saying like, "Hey, I can't stand up right now because my cramps are fucking killing me."
Okay, so you're incapacitated. We understand. Shut the fuck up. The job is taken away from you. It'll be given to a white man. Same bitch right here that'll be demanding the same pay as her white male colleagues who are going to be doing a third or more work because they'll have to do their work and this bitch's work because she's going to be missing so many days. Keep tolerating this like shell game of women being paid less than men. Keep tolerating that. Keep getting into the weeds of the shell game. I see this all the time. People who are totally educated on it, they do all the research, they get really bright on it, and then they get into an argument with some anti-white feminist viper. And the viper just runs around with the shell game of try to find my lie, try to find where I'll just keep coming up with examples of how women in this industry, women in that industry, women who in this black and white photo, and women, and no thank yous for anything that we've done for them. But it's all like, we did it with female power. You didn't do shit. Look at the world. You want to show me your female power in Iran. Go ahead. Go show me your female power in a country that isn't going to tolerate a female back-talking a man. Go ahead. Be eaten through a straw for the rest of your life. You just don't get into that conversation. Fine. Women aren't allowed to be in the workforce then. You're getting fired.
And I really just want to cry. Can I please go
I really just want to cry. That's what that is America. That's the West today. The workforce, the military, the government. I'm in so much pain, I just can't do it, and I just want to cry. And you should be forced. And this is a good-looking woman. I mean, although she has on a shit ton of makeup and probably a filter on the phone to make herself look much better than she actually is. This is a good-looking woman. I guarantee you. There are going to be a bunch of obsequious, truckling white male losers, little boys, that are going to come out and say, "Oh, well, I'm going to stand up for her. She had pain. You have pain." When we come up against boys like that, white men out there, we need to dump them into a mess of blood and piss. And then that's how we teach the fellow white guys out there in the world that if you're going to stand with anti-whiteism because you think you're going to get some pussy out of the deal, we're going to make you heal for a very long time. You're not going to be thinking about sex, all right? You're definitely not going to be thinking about sex. You're going to be worried about healing. You're going to be worried about buying enough Jell-O because that's all that you're able to consume. Metaphorically, of course, not literally. We would tickle them until they couldn't. Tickle, torture, my friends. Tickle, torture.
Home for the day. I know that seems easier said than done, but it's really not because men don't get it. And I understand.
Well, that's the problem, is that men don't understand.
Why they don't, because they have never gone through it and they never will. I think it's just like, oh, just a silly little thing. Like, oh, you're just getting your period. Like, no, it fucking hurts. And I want to cry and I'm breaking.
I swear to God, if I was at an office and I heard that, she would be fired so fast. If I had the power, she would be fired so fucking fast.
Out and I feel ugly and I feel fat.
You feel ugly and you feel fat. Welcome you and then what's happening? What is China doing? A government and military composed of men. And that military has psychological warfare operators who have identified anti-whiteism as the ideology destroying this country. And they are pushing this shit like there's no tomorrow. Pushing it like there's no tomorrow. You might as well put the communist Chinese flag behind this twat. she feels fat. Could you imagine on the field of combat? Could you? And every field is a field of combat, by the way. In the jungle, everything is combat. There is no safe space. In international business, it's combat. In international statecraft and subterfuge, it's combat. On the actual literal bullets are flying, it's combat. On every interaction with other states on the globe, it's combat. And who do we have present? A bunch of females saying, I can't do it today because I feel ugly, I feel fat, my pants are tight, my tummy hurts. Kid, I'm not going to do this. I just want to go grab my stuffed animal and cuddle into a little ball on my couch and eat Haagen-Dazs. That's what we have contending with the world. No more voting for you. And then you're going to have some of these same McEnany and all of these others going to be in Trump's ear. So when it starts going wrong, you know where to look. When it starts going androgynous, when it starts going epicene, when it starts going effeminate, you know where to look. Those aren't Trump's ideas. Those are the females of both sexes, but particularly the legitimate females in his ear saying what they got to do. And then they're going to have a bad day. Then they're going to have a crampy week. Then they're going to be irascible for a week, and they're not going to be able to think through things very clearly because of all the emotions going on inside of them. Not all of them, of course.
And it literally, like, my uterus is knives. I don't want to talk to customers. If a customer comes to me right now, I'm probably just going to cry. It needs to be normalized that we can say, like, I need to go home for personal reasons or for...
Meanwhile, do you think this bitch really needs to work? The video here is, she's in the driver's seat. It's showing you the reverse. So the hand that appears to be her right hand is her left hand.
Or female obligated reasons, and we don't have to elaborate. I'm not saying that it needs to be paid time off. Still should get like our paid time that we were supposed to be there, but just being able to go home without asking and prying at a bunch of questions or just being...
Yeah, and how does the work get done? I mean, this is the kind of airheaded nonsense. The work's got to be done. You are there to do that work. They don't have like, it's not like, oh, the work doesn't get done. Oh, well. And the reason why I was saying, does she need to work? She's got like a 2-carat diamond ring. So she's got some white guy's job and flaunting a 2-carat or larger diamond ring.
Like, no, we need you here.
Look at that
thing.
No,
I need to rest because
my
body is going through a lot right now, and you wouldn't get it.
Oh, and you wouldn't get it. I get it, honey. I get it. And the get it that I get is that your ass not going to be able to vote, going to be fired from that job, and you can go home and cuddle your stuffed animal all the live long day for all I care. And we'll be right back.
I want to give you a quick update. Kai is a big humper. He's overstimulated, literally humping everyone. And a lot of the dogs did not like it. He is social, but he's more concerned about humping everybody than he is playing in.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boy, you're left with a cold hard hatred. Empty hollows, home is calm.
You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's swashbuckling time. Let's hear your raucous emojis. Let's see you break them out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin with the one and only, the Franklinator, out there sharing, wallpapering the world like you wouldn't believe. God bless this guy. Take a look at that. Franklinator has returned. Big 007s. This is epic swash. This is IRL swash. Swashbuckling is what we call it, ladies and gentlemen. When you're going out there, you're promulgating, you're disseminating the concepts that we use, the 9 words, the 6 key concepts, 96s for this guy. Get him some swashbuckling flags. And we look at it as the swashbuckling of the stories of your novels, and Franklin is one of the very best. You see him here. He's modding. He's doing the minutes on the timestamps on the streams. He's out in the real world swashing. He's everywhere. Make sure he feels your love. Give him some dinosaur swash. Some dinosaur and some crowns. Some crowns for his head. It is, of course, King Franklin. We also have Eric and White Baron over here. Let's check this out. This is over on a video, you see. And we have Eric right here. He says, who else is sick of anti-whiteism? This is over on YouTube. Give it up. 491 likes. 491 likes. When they're saying, which community is doing this? Who are the people that are making it happen? It's these folks, the outreach team. Give it up for Eric. Glorious there. We have the White Baron here. Also over there, 507 likes under this video. Make sure he feels the love. 96s and gems for them both. Albo is the most anti-white prime minister we have ever had. The country would be in a much healthier state with Pauline Hanson in charge. 507. Big salutes. Anti-white prime minister, ladies and gentlemen. Not Marxist, not woke, not all of these words that the victimizer gives us to use for them. God bless these champions. Then we have one of Western kind over here. And commenting, anti-whiteism is envy. And look at this. 212,000 views. One of Western kind, ladies and gentlemen. Massive swash love for this gentleman. Massive swash love. Please show it. Show the gems. Show the crowns. Show the raucous. Spastic emoji for one of Western kind. 3,000 likes and growing. And there was another. I wasn't able to get to it, Franklin. I know you sent me some more, and I'll have to share next week. But I think I do have it written down here to mention coming up here. But we'll continue. 212,000 anti-white. So who's doing it again? Who? I'm sorry. Who? Who's responsible? We are responsible. Let me hear. We are responsible. Did somebody say it 15 years ago? Anti-white here or there? Who's doing it, ladies and gentlemen? 212,000 views. Who is doing it? Who? Let's give it up for the outreach team. Glorious work. Take a look at this. This is the one and only biospirit of the West. The meme here says, in reality, they're not after you. They're after me. And how true is that after we just read those 2 news stories? You need to be in the way. NoWhiteGuild.org. The great biospirit of the West, the leader of the OT, right here. Our children need us to put an end to anti-whiteism. Over there on Twitter, rolling out now 25,000 views, over 1,000 likes and climbing. Give it up for the leader of the OT, who leads by example. And that is how a real leader in the West works. In other cultures and other places, they lead from the rear. In the West, we lead from the front. Give him love, ladies and gentlemen. That's the one and only bio spirit of the West. You got to love that meme, too. I want to also celebrate that we had a comment here from Bob, 9072. And this was over on YouTube. We're talking about the Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson video. Bob writes this: "It actually happened!" 3 exclamation points. Tucker Carlson has finally done a video on, quote, the anti-white media narrative. Close quote. It's official. Anti-white has gone mainstream, and it's all down to Jason. It might have taken years, but got there in the end. God bless you. I wrote back. Thank you so much for that. I wrote back to Bob. Thank you so much, brother. We are doing it as a team. So big congratulations to everyone. Keep swashbuckling here. And did we not just demonstrate that we're doing it as a team? Hundreds of thousands of people all are working on 1 million people already in the first 2.5 months of 24 by way of all of our activists. We're already up to almost 1 million views of the concepts that so what again? Who's doing it? Whose house is this? Our house. That's whose house this is. Also want to point out the change that we're seeing, that you can see in the comments underneath the Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones video. All of the top comments, ladies and gentlemen, are normal white people complaining about what? Our victimization. Who did that? What community did that? All those top comments are white people complaining about our victimization, not complaining about the Jews, not complaining about the blacks, complaining about that is 100% us. We have done it against the will and efforts, the endless efforts of those people. Big salutes to this community. God bless, Godspeed, epic swashing, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon is in that thread as well. And he says in that thread, Anglo-Saxon, again, one of our activists here in service to white well-being, spreading these the people who are responsible for it. He says, who else is sick of the anti-white narrative? He's got over 3,000 likes and climbing. King Mark Dice is also over there in the comments. King Dice says this: it's called anti-whiteism, prejudice against white people, hostility toward, hatred of, stemming from envy and bigotry. And he had, at that moment, 200 likes and growing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the King Dice. Let's give it up for these two, Anglo-Saxon and King Mark Dice over there rocking it out. Who did this? We did this. Who did this? We did this. This is our house. Those hundreds of thousands, those millions of views of these concepts are us, goddammit. Where are the white millionaires showing up if they want to finance anybody? Who's changed the conversation about our victimization? We have changed the conversation about our victimization. No White Gill clips coming in again, big swashbuckling. He has over No White Gill clips on his tweet about how anti-white the new Dune movie was, where he gets up and he says he leaves the theater because of how anti-white it is. Over 30,000 likes and climbing. Big swash, epic swash.
Oh, but it's not you guys. It's not you. It's everybody doing it. It's not, deny you credit. Co-opt what you're doing. It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. It's everybody. Somebody said anti-white 20 years ago, and it wasn't just you, Jason.
It is us, goddammit. Celebrate these leaders. Celebrate these doers, you fucking cowards. Respect. Learn some respect. Get some respect. Scum out there. Big salutes. Big swash. Ye Old European and ForNull worked for hours to translate slews of ForNull's memes into Dutch. Who else is doing that? No one else doing that. Translating the key concepts, the lexicon, the dialectics into numerous languages of the white race. ForNull is also working overtime on the website. Modifications, additions, perfections. Big salutes to both of these gentlemen. Yield European, ForNull, magma, magnificent swash. ForNull is also working on and is nearly complete with a brand new album of music, swashbuckling, extraordinary. Talk about dazzling, this gentleman here. Talk about dazzling. The layers of his abilities are limitless. Give it up for ForNull. Who's doing it? We're doing it. Who's making it happen? Get some respect for these people. There's somebody owns this house, and it's these folks right here, goddammit. It is these folks. Cool Papa J Magic, ladies and gentlemen. Says here, Cool Papa J Magic writes that Jason, Anglo-Saxon, and himself have been swashing the heck out of conservative YouTube channels with great success. These are our brothers and sisters. These are the folks we've got to get to. These are the people we have to liberate from the bondage of the psychological warfare. Mega salutes. Salute these people. Getting into these three champs. Cool Papa J Magic, Jason, Anglo-Saxon. Getting out to our conservative brothers and sisters to free them from the manacles. Free them from the bondage and manacles of the chattel slavery of anti-whiteism. Breaking those bonds. Give it up. Epic Swash 96 is in this live chat. Let's get out. Let me see some swashbuckling flags. I want to see swash flags everywhere on this St. Patty's Day, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic goes a step further, and I think this is what Franklin was trying to get to me. We'll take a look at it next week when we swash through. Cool Papa J Magic writes this. Michael Knowles read my comment today for his favorite comment section and used the term anti-whiteism. Who's doing it? Papa Magic's doing it. Who's doing it? We're doing it. Whose house? Our house. Cool Papa J Magic goes on. Massive account, by the way. Michael Knowles, conservative. He only partially agreed with my comment and then made some classic conservative abstractionist arguments, but it was still cool. Definitely the first time he's used the term publicly. My God, ladies and gentlemen, you better stand up. You better stand up when you salute Cool Papa J Magic and all the work that he's doing. You better show some respect. And everybody out there in the white sympathetic sphere, you better get respect. You better get respect for the people who are actually identifying content creators to swash on, and then they give their time in charity with the tools that we have designed that work, and they use them. They swash on these heroes. And then they bring these people around to using these concepts. And then you fucking losers want to try to disrespect these people and say it's just happening. Anybody's doing it. Everybody is doing it. It's a natural swing back of the pendulum. Get some respect. Can I get a hoo-yana amen for these heroes? Big salutes. Azimuth Clark, ladies and gentlemen, about to wrap it up. And then we're going to be right back after a 10-second break, as we are wont to do. The great champion, Azimuth Clark, writes this. Black and White Sports. 255,000 subs. A fast-growing channel. Today made a video and used anti-white in its channel. In the title, he says, I've been swashing for over there since the channel was small. It was one of the channels that the great Azimuth Clark identified that he wanted to swash on, and he has been watching and swashing on with the epically swashing, pristine, beautiful swashing The channel has erupted. Black and White is what it's called. Black and White Sports, 255 channels. He's swashing over there, and he's gotten them to use the lexicon. Who did it? Azimuth Clark did it, bitch. That's who did it. The outreach team did it. Get some balls. Get some respect. He says now they're using part of our 6 key concepts. The channel is run by a white man and a black man. The black guy is not anti-white. I believe he supports white well-being. Now he uses the lexicon. Why does he use the lexicon? Azimuth Clark. Azimuth Clark, outreach team member, practicing the Go Free practice, the Go Free method, organized swashing, isolated swashing, bringing it to 255,000 followers. Give respect where respect is due, for God's sake. We are the people doing this. White millionaires out there, white billionaires out there, this is the house to financially support. We are the only people changing the world. We're it. He writes this. One person leaving white positive comments can catch the eyes of the chat comment section and channel creators. A few highly motivated, highly trained people can change the world. One person talking to another person, keeping the moral high ground, winning over their confidence, one person at a time. Just wanted to share this victory. The lexicon is spreading. Get them to your feet. Show some respect. Love these people who are doing the work, and we'll be right back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to have another hero who is swashing, a swashing extraordinaire, the only GFC leader that is permitted to lead a GFC on planet Earth. It's the one and only White Baron, swashing through with us for 15 minutes. Brother, can you hear me? And how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you. And I can hear you loud and clear, Jason.
Great. Magnificent to have you on. It's the first time you're doing a swash through. I'm really excited.
Yeah.
Folks, show this man big love, crowns, gems. They over there, they're bringing in politicians, head of political parties, and they're coming into their GFC advocacy. Brother, the microphone is yours. What's going on? What do you want everybody to know?
Yeah, well, I'm just super pumped with all the energy coming from all the squash victories that we were just celebrating. Like, they're massive. And you got to think about it. We ain't no one special. You know, we're just everyday folk with everyday jobs, trying to get by, trying to get through anti-whiteism. Like, we got it pretty hard and we got pretty busy lives, but yet we still make it happen.
Yes.
We still make it happen. There is no excuse. Like, literally, those 2 comments that you showed of me. So I have to say, I'm Eric and also the White Baron. So I'm both the same person.
All right.
And
awesome.
Literally, it's so easy. Like, all I have to do is just get it. You have to be one of the first people in. That's all that matters, because the message is relatable to everyone. Everyone in the West knows anti-whiteism. Whether they've heard the word or not, they've experienced it. They just need the label for it. That's what I needed. And also those comments are double the size that was presented now. They're like,
oh,
I
great.
think, 800 plus, both of them. Oh, yes. Yeah. So it's like, I know so many champions, and every time I go into, because the outreach team, we're all on Twitter and everything, also, and just the chat, just the energy that it brings. Like, you may be feeling down, you may be feeling, a bit black-pilled, but all you have to do is just read through that Twitter chat, and it's just full of champions just getting out there, making it happen. Because, look, the West isn't going to be saved unless we make it happen. It's very clear. It's very clear that it's us, no one else. But anyway, so what I mainly wanted to talk about, which you bring up, was one of the big successes that we've had with our Aussie GFC, with our Aussie Go Free training, which we do every week. which what we do through it is like we read through the Go Free book. We moved on to Prometheus Rising, and then we moved back to Go Free because we had some new members join, and that's kind of the where we want them to start. Go Free first, in my opinion. So with the initiative of Lokki, so he took the initiative to reach out to the Australia First Party, because in Australia, that's one of our if you had to give them a category, they would be our nationalists. So they're a small party, nationalist, and they've had some successes in the past, but yeah, relatively small party, and they look very susceptible to the method. So what Lokki did was he reached out to the party just under the email of, we are No White Guild Australia, yada yada, Go Free method. And then eventually some back and forths we were having with them. And then eventually, the leader of the party, his name is Jim Celine, he decided, hey, you know what? This sounds pretty interesting. I'd like to join one of your Aussie Go Free training. And then we had him on and we introduced ourselves. We just talked about, Go Free for a bit, all our stories, all our testimonies, because that's what's most the powerful thing, is giving your own testimonies,
Yeah.
It's cool to say that a product's good, but what's super powerful is when you can say how that product has helped you, because that's what people really care about. It's easy to say, oh, yeah, water's nice. But when you actually explain, like, man, like, if I don't go with a day without water, I'm pretty dead. And people go, well, maybe that could help me. Anyway, and he loved it. He loved everything that we had to say about it. He was perfect. He's the person that you want. He's very well educated. He's been in the field for a long time. And he, just like us, he's looking for something to help him amplify his efforts. And him too, he also can see how destructive it is to be white negative. Like, he even told us a story once where so he was at this famous event, historical site in Australia called like the Rika Stockade at Ballarat. So at Broken Hill, and they were doing like a bit of a celebration, where all the white negative, no, not white negative, white sympathetic people were getting around to commemorate the event. And then what he had with him dealing with these white negative people was some of these idiots decided to get behind him, and one did a Roman salute behind him.
God.
The person took a photo. It's like, yeah, he knows absolutely. He's had a lot of history of those people, and he absolutely despises them, because all they do is just set us back. They're like anchors. They are anchors, my friend. But yeah, so, and his biggest thing with what we're all preaching and everything like that about Go Free was he was like, how is this not bigger? Like, this is perfect. It's logical. It makes sense. Like, he could see it everywhere. It answers all the questions and everything. Like, like, how do we go from a population that was, like 95% white, in our countries? We all loved who we are, and we had pride in ourselves, whether we expressed it or not, but we had some sort of identity. And then how do we go to a population where we're all white guilted for things that we never did and may or may have not ever happened? How does that happen?
Exactly.
Magic? Oh, maybe it's magic. No, and then this Go Free gives you the answer. And that's what he was really excited about. And recently, I think it was 2 days ago, we had him on again. So he's joined us 3 times. He's got a copy of the book. He started reading it. He's a reader, which is really nice. So he finishes books in like 3 days or so. So that's really good to hear. Like, not many readers out there. And yeah, we need more. We need more audience. We need bloody more. But so he's been reading through that, and he's also said that once he's finished reading the book, on his website for the Australia First Party, they do book reviews, and he'll be writing a book review on it and posting it on the website.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That is all magnificent news. And you are an epic champion for White Wellbeing. We're all very impressed with you and your energy. This is the energy, we have to have. It's like the big game energy is the kind of energy we have to have. Because if we don't have the energy, and just like you said, if we're not the ones out there doing it, if we're not the ones out there making it happen, it's not happening. And this he asked the right question. He asked what so many people ask. I asked myself. I mean, how is this just not spread everywhere? And part of the reason is this community actually just spread everywhere and gotten so much larger. Part of the reason is what he experienced. I mean, you have these explicit white sympathetics that just want to ruin everything that isn't going to LARP in the most TARDIS way possible. You have those folks. Then you have the other white folk out there who are just too genteel, too delicate about pointing out that we are being victimized, that we're the target of this, but we are punching through all of that. Everybody think back 6 years ago, and we were getting into 7 years ago, we were getting into people's live streams, and we would write anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, all the same, the 6 key concepts and the other concepts that we spread from White Wellbeing. And we would be absolutely drowned out by every kind of idiotic idea that any semi-sentient featherless biped from the general white sympathetic population could type into a keyboard or into their phone. And now look at us. Now we make a post and we have thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views and likes galore and major content, normal people, major content creators, normal, good people repeating just exactly as I said it would work. Normal, good people able to repeat and in their positions of power, in their positions of wealth and connectivity, exactly as I predicted. Folks like you, brother, and everyone in your GFC that are just doing magnificent work. Big salute to you and everyone there. We love you all so much, your hard work. It is a single people with many countries. Is there anything else you wanted to share while you're with us, brother?
Yes. There's a couple other things that I'll quickly go over that absolutely 100% to all those points. But yeah, so possibly also, so Lokki, he has been in communication with 2 other Aussies in his area. One's he was just going for the regional council in his local area, so he's interested in Go Free. So we'll have him in the future as well.
Nice.
And also when he was handing out pamphlets, because one of his friends, Lokki, was going for regional council as well, so he's helping him out handling pamphlets. And he was also working with another younger dude who's also he talked to about going free, and he's also interested about joining as well, just to see what we're all about. Like this is I don't know what you call it. Is it a foil? That I'm thinking that's like the most effective way that I can use, well, the Go Free Club to spread the message more, is by having these regular gatherings, and then we just invite people over.
Yes.
Just come in, just join in, and just we'll introduce yourself, because it's pretty easy. Everything's really easy. All the hardest thing for me is just having time, and that's for everyone. But that's the thing. Like, we gotta remember, like what you're saying, you can never forget where we were. All right. I remember when I first came here, I think 3 years ago or so, when I found your channel, because I was recommended by Way of the World to you. Just think about this. All it takes is one person to change the world. Like, you could get, you have no idea. You could reach that one person who then reaches 10,000 people. You have no idea. Me, I had no idea about this community until 3-4 years ago, and that was because I sent a message to Way of the World, and I was like, who can I watch? Like, I want to know more content producers. And he recommended you.
Awesome.
And at first, I don't know why. I thought this was a tourist channel. I have no idea why I thought that. I just thought Uganda back then. I'm like, oh, he must just has his title as No White Guilt. I have no idea why. But then my dad watched your stream, and then he's like, oh my god, it's revolutionary.
Wow.
And then it's so simple and straightforward to say now, but we never thought of it back then. That, like my dad said, oh my gosh, we don't have to hate other people. We can just love our own.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa. But it's like, of course you can. But yeah, so that's exciting. That's some other people that we're potentially having as well. But I'd like to quickly give a shout out to Lokki, Porridge, and George, the 3 people who are consistently showing up to our Aussie Go Free training. If you guys didn't, this would have all never happened. All right, let's just make that very, very clear. Like, we would have, because at the start, when I first started it, we didn't have all these people join us. And it took probably a year of us consistently, having meetings and everything like that. And then we made it happen. So you guys played a big part in this as well. So thank you so much. Also, I wanted to give an update on, so I remember, I think it was near the end of last year, about we should do a motivational, to summarize all our victories in one and put it into video. Yeah. So I've put all the stuff together, gathering it all from last year, and that took me so long because I had to edit everything too. But so I've got for White Wellbeing, I'm just now waiting on a draft. So that's just where that's at the moment. So he just has to make a draft, and then it's getting closer to the finish. And one last thing as well is I thought of a really good MC that I think would be pretty useful to include in the next iteration of the book Go Free. So it goes, history is built upon interpretation, and your interpretation is anti-white.
Yeah,
I think that can be used for so many situations when an anti-white wants to go, oh, white people did this back then, white people did that, X, Y, and Z, because that's the truth about history, is it's all interpretation. How? Because you and I were never there to see it.
Yeah.
So how do we know what happened back when the Vikings did X, Y, and Z? Oh, yeah, we have to look at these writings and we have to look at these artifacts and just try and put it together and then think and hypothesize what happened. But we can never truly know. That's the thing. So who tells us the history of the conclusions of these artifacts that we find? The power holders. And currently they're anti-white.
Yes.
And if we were in charge, it would be white positive interpretation of history.
Exactly.
That's really it. So if you have any questions,
feel
free, but that's it.
You've done a fantastic job, and you need to come on whenever you want to swash through, brother. I will make space for you anytime. You're doing a magnificent job. You want to tell folks where they can reach you? I mean, we have the link for you in the description below. And if there's anything else, though, and then we'll let you go.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are interested in joining us sometime for an Aussie Go Free training session with us, you can reach out to us by, the link in the description. That is the official Aussie GFC Proton Mail address. So you would just send me a message and then, we'll organize something. That's basically that. And we're also on Telegram. So if you join the Promethean chat, that's where I send announcements for, the details on basically when we're doing it. But just a heads up, it's Australian time when I post it. So it may or may not work, but it usually does with, specifically with you guys in America. It's usually so right now it's 10:42 a.m. in the morning here. So usually it's always at night with you guys. But that's where you can find it. If you want to join in sometime, then feel free. But that's really it.
Brother, we love you. God bless you, man. Thank you for all your service to White Wellbeing. And we'll be right back, folks. What an epic hero. Let's keep rolling here. So that is how a GFC is supposed to operate. Like that's club, whether it's a club or a troop or a chapter or whatever, you're supposed to work to expand the overall entity, the overall community. And you can do that directly by bringing people into introducing them to the overall community by way of introducing them to that particular club. And it's they're doing a fantastic, everybody there. I mean, there's so much production coming out of that little group of heroes. And unfortunately, it's how it is. I mean, it's how it is. And that's why I get so aggressive and vexed when I hear people trying to claim our victories, trying to say, oh, it's just everybody's. Now, I know that everybody is doing, a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We have targeted individuals and we have actual results. I mean, it's one thing to say, well, we are nebulously, it's just turbid. It's sort of like smoke and there isn't any benchmark. We physically have individuals that we say, we're swashing on this person. We're pushing these concepts and then we share the actual outcomes of that are glorious. And then we see more and more of the conversations that are now replete with insight because they're using the concepts that we inserted in them. And you can't, it is the most dishonorable thing. I swear it's not to be white, to not credit the people who are working this hard, to not say, holy shit, that's actually like a legit effort. It's not well, we randomly, maybe somebody says something here, an argument, and says something there, an argument on somebody, where we are actually organized with a strategy. So I swear, I can say this, there aren't any white people who are not giving this community credit for this. I realize that everybody's doing like a little bit of something, but give me a break. So anybody out there, they don't deserve the title white if they're not acknowledging the work of this community as preeminent, as none of this would be there if it weren't for this community. It might be a little bit better than it was, but none of this would be there because it wasn't there until this community started doing it. It's not a fucking coincidence. Credit these people. And scum. I swear to God. All right. Champions, let's get into the financial gifts. We're going to take a quick look at the Go Free lesson of the day. We're going to open up the Twitter space titled Trump. If I don't get elected, it will be a bloodbath for the country. You could talk on that or anything you want when I open up the Twitter space, which will be very soon. You could talk about the Go Free lesson of the day items and give your thoughts there as well. We're going to head on over to Entropy, and we're going to immediately break out the 96s. We're going to immediately break out the big love for the one dude, bro moment. Please celebrate this Herculean champion, this marvelous person. 50, protect the white children from the criminal intruders raping them and exposing themselves to them dollars. He writes with those $50 for White Wellbeing. Dude bro moment, owner of the platform now, as far as I'm concerned. Dude bro moment, we love you. $50. We also have, he writes with it, of course, for White Wellbeing. Please let him hear your raucous emojis. Please let him know. He can see the live chat. So he'll be looking to see which one of you actually care, which one of you are worthy of his respect. Spartan is with us over here on Entropy as well. $5 financial gift. And Spartan writes, thank you so much, Spartan. Writes, happy St. Patrick's Day. My Irish grandfather was called Patrick. Well, thank you so much. A big happy St. Patrick's Day to you, my good brother Spartan over there on Entropy. And I'll look on the dashboard to make sure I didn't miss anybody as well. And it looks like I didn't miss anybody there. Let me swivel around to here. Over there on Odyssey, we have 5 library tokens from Who'da Thunk It. And thank you so much, Who'da Thunk It. 1 hour ago, and says, what is this? Comedic skit. Arrested mestizo who's murdered his biological brother for bedding his wife. Then input as white in the government. Oh, I see where this is going. Well done, my friend. Input as white in the government database and charged with a hate crime against a Latino, his brother. Brilliant, my friend. Is that arrested on an interview, them trying to, is that arrested? Oh, then, okay. Yeah, them on like an interview where they're trying to argue that he's not white. But the host is calling him a racist. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's a great, you know what? Actually, I don't doubt that that's happened. I don't, now, not that it's the guy's actual biological brother, but I don't doubt that that has happened, where a non-white was murdered a non-white, and the non-white that did the murdering classified as white, and the non-white murdered of the exact same race classified as whatever non-white race that is. But having them as brothers, see, that's the kind of thing that if we had multimillionaire donors, I would be making commercials, if you will, trailers for movies that'll never be made and TV shows that'll never be made, things like this. And it would have that pow entertainment value, and it would be infotainment, though, because you would be educated and we would be dropping the lexicon, the kind of thing that could really get passed around, especially if people start wondering, is this a real movie? Could this be a real TV show or what have you? That would be great. Well done. And that was 5 library tokens. We also have $5 US from, is that Sin City? And $5. Thank you so much. Writes fight. And he uses the word white and then another word that we do not use here because it is not as effective. In fact, it undermines our arguments. But I know where you're coming from. God bless you, brother. I'll say it in a more productive way, as we have been able to determine through our extensive testing. Fight white erasure. Thank you so much. And then he has, looks like a website here. And I will check that out when we are done. Thank you so much. And tag me. It looks like you got some other comments there. Tag me if you have any comments for me specifically. Over here on D Live, we have a diamond's worth of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. A ninja diamond, I guess is what it is. And this is by Cockney Nutjob. And that's one of the neatest names on the internet. 1 diamond of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much, my dear brother. Spartan also getting in again. It seems like every single time we get together, Spartan shows up. An ice cream cone of cryptocurrency on D Live. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it, my friend. And we do have a tag for me from Spartan. Can you comment on the arrest of Rousseau for intent to intimidate by burning for marching with a tiki torch years ago? Maybe I will comment on that. But thank you so much for the question, good brother, and for that financial gift of an ice cream cone. We'll swivel around this way, and I will take a look at Cash App and Subscribe Star. Looks like we are blank on Subscribe Star. Didn't miss anybody there. And on Cash App, get out your raucous emojis, stiff salutes, big swashbuckling flags, 96s, as now we know, the 9 words and the 6 key concepts for white well-being. Get them out, ladies and gentlemen, big time, big salutes, crowns, and gems, dragons, and celebrations for first last. Financially gifting $100 over here on Cash App. 100. Protect the white children from the sexual abuse of anti-whiteism. God bless you for that. And keep the raucous emojis going, please. Let's get out. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. You can give 07s, 007s, 0007s, quadruple 07s. You can click on hearts. You can click on the floating hearts or the floating party emojis, I guess. You could click on any of those. Celebrate. You could just do the numbers 96. Celebrate for first, last, and Clips, who has come in with 100 saluting white well-being dollars, 107 protect the white children from the sexual abuse that anti-white perverts inflict on them, destroying our country, destroying their lives of these people, and many times their futures, ruining them for life. God bless you both so very much. 100 and 107, 100 saluting dollars. We also have the great Yiz the Unifier, financially gifting $5 for white well-being. Thank you so much, sister. And she writes, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Now, she does epic work. You know this, ladies and gentlemen. Epically involved in service to white well-being. Discordant Dragons tomorrow, 6 p.m. Thursdays also at 6, I guess it is. If she's here, somebody else can correct me. Empire of Lies. She also has their morning walk videos, and she is a stupendous, magnificent, scintillating activist for white well-being. God bless you all so very much. I see Samuski is with us for white well-being, is in the live chat. One of Western Kind is here. Bass is here. Great to see you. Looks like Franklin is sharing eagles and what is that, llamas? Biospirit of the West is here. Cindy Ben is with us as well. Jules C is here. And there's No White Guild Clips himself. Wonderful to see you, champion. Strange West is here. Great to see you. Go free lesson of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The go free lesson of the day. We have 2 MPs that we just want to bring to mind here. One of them was the go free lesson of the day here on this St. Patrick's Day. As glorious as it is, with my green eyes, I am able to evade the pinching, although I have been pinched on St. Patrick's Day when not wearing green. But nonetheless, we had an anti-white caller who I believe called himself a black nationalist call in on the Twitter space, which we will be firing up in just a moment. And he demanded to know how white people as a group are harmed. This is a meme pathogen that you need to watch out for. It's an anti-white concept that very often and very easily arrests white people right in place, because they immediately begin thinking, as this meme pathogen is meant to work, they immediately begin thinking, what is a way that all white people, all of us alive today, are suffering right now? What is it? What is a way that can be easily communicated? And you immediately run into problems of like, well, then you have the filthy rich white people, you have anti-white white people, you have that, etc. What you need to do is respond with how we are victimized on the basis of our birth. So when an anti-white demands how all white people are all suffering right now, respond with how we are victimized on the basis of our birth. That completely changes that conversation. You can't say for any group of people how all people are being, of that entire type, are being victimized all at the same time, all in the same way. Do you see how it's really just a spurious, underhanded, illogical reasoning that's supposed to appear legitimate way to manipulate you into capitulating to anti-whiteism and to the anti-white you're having a conversation with. How do you know that's what it does and that it's intended to work? Ask yourself only, if you were to turn around and ask, how are all Jews, all Arabs, all blacks, how are they all suffering all the exact same thing at the exact same time? How are they all suffering it? And you'll see that it's impossible to come up with an answer. So you change the conversation, you change the focus from this intangible, this nebulous, this unanswerable, how every single person is suffering at the exact same time from the exact same thing, which there are answers for that when it comes to white people. But they're weaker than, in other words, it's easier for anti-whites to argue against them than saying, here is how we are victimized on the basis of our birth. Here is how, because now you have a situation where you could have white people who have these local socialized groups as selfish individualists that are hooking each other up in that group, not on the basis of race, but because of that group. It could be alumni, it could be anything. And could be cronies at the top of a business going from one to the next. You could have them not suffering whatever it might be that the rest of the white population is suffering from. So that's a way to reel that in and change the conversation when you're speaking with an anti-white, or more importantly, not an anti-white, but with a white person that you want to bring over to white well-being, with a white person that you want to get to use the concepts that we promulgate, because that's far more important than a anti-white person, right? So you can approach that conversation with that line of thinking. The other one that I just want to bring back again, we dealt with a couple of weeks ago. I argued very passionately about, people were talking on a Twitter space, conservative Twitter space I was on, about how Donald Trump is it's a cult. And remember, I came out and I spoke vigorously about that. And in the thread, I think it was somebody called History Truth, who also, under the thread of that video, endorsed that and gave some of his or her own thoughts. And I applaud that. Thank you. And it is the way, another way, and maybe it will end up being one of the most powerful ways we can address the accusation of low-life malefactor scum of, well, you're a cult. And that's to say the exact same thing that I used, that I advised everyone to say in response to those who are saying cult about Trump and Trump followers. Why are you against the unity of successful action on behalf of Western kind? You could also take the why out and say, you're making that accusation because you are against the unity of action. You want us all having different opinions and all arguing among ourselves. You want a lack of unity. You want a lack of unity and therefore unified action, because that's a lack of unity, and unified action is weakness. So you want us to be weak. So people from the white sympathetic sphere who come here and have in the past, and they want to throw that word around, know immediately that the reason they throw that word around is because they want to destroy what we're doing. They want to make us weaker. Could you imagine going to like a marching band? And in the marching band, is everybody playing the same song and marching in unison? And isn't that a display of power and strength, and the ring of that music, the melody of it travels? So that is what we want to do with this community. That's what we have to do with this community. We need to be on the same music sheet. We need to be marching in unison, in step. Anybody who shows up and says, well, that's cult-like, they don't want that unity there and that strength. That's what they don't want. They want disarray. They want disharmony. They want the band members playing different songs and the discordant strife that comes therefrom. They want people walking into each other. They want people stepping at their own tune, stepping to their own tune. That is disorganized. That is powerless. That is weak. So the immediately turn it around, whether it's somebody in the white sympathetic sphere who's trying to use it on us, or an anti-white, or a besotted relative eating their Doritos about what we do here, point out to them, you don't want unity of purpose and action for a defense against our victimization, because you're anti-white. Unity is strength. You want disunity and weakness for us, fundamentally because you're anti-white. If it's somebody you care about and you're trying to gently bring them over, are you anti-white? Because disunity is weakness. We have a unity of purpose. That gives us strength. That's how we've been spreading the lexicon. That's why so many in the white sympathetic sphere who are so jealous of us, all those midget wits and midget sticks out there, that's why they come up and they see success after success after success, and they come out and they're like, oh, you're a cult. Stop you'll become disorganized. Argue among yourselves. Unpack the Go Free practice and examine it on your own and introduce your own thoughts to it. No, that's like writing in your own music to the music the band is playing. You can't do that. That is strife. Do not listen to these people ever. They do not mean us any good. We had people in this community that got all delicate and concerned about, well, we don't want them to be able to call us a cult. Fuck that. Of course, they're going to, every anti-white out there, or jealous Jay Spurg or whatever else, are going to level this accusation at us because they want us weak. Keep the band analogy in mind. Shit, no. We're marching 10 or more abreast down Main Street. We are in lockstep. And we are playing the national anthems of our countries. And we have the sheets of music, and nobody is writing anything new into it. And every building we pass down Main Street, suddenly the banners of our countries fly with pride again. Suddenly the streets are clean, and the people are happy, and the children are safe. So anybody trying to undermine, that's what the cult accusation is. Anti-whites trying to undermine us. Whether or just jealous twats trying to undermine us. I'll see what y'all are having to say. Tag me as No White Guilt. I'll keep an eye on the financial gifts. The Twitter space is going up now. You are invited if you would like to talk. And I will move the phone over here. We have enough power in the phone to power us through. I'm going to prevent moving forward when it comes to the Twitter space. If we have a couple people that end up talking at the same time, just to let you all know here in this community ahead of time, I'm going to mute the space. And then I'm going to ask one person to speak at a time. Here's the reason for that. That's because the automatic closed captions will not close caption any of the video if multiple people are talking in just a couple seconds. So everybody will get muted. If we have multiple people talking. So again, I will mute everybody in the Twitter space if multiple people are talking over each other, and then identify which person will talk at a time. So the closed captions on YouTube will work. So let me just see what we have here. I know we had a lot of comments over here on YouTube. We're going to keep rolling, and make sure you tag me. Mestizo Carv is with us. Great to see you, brother. First Last says, great metaphor. Well, thank you, brother. And he says, good points on unity. Precisely. The great ForNull is with us, everybody. Great to see you. Tag me as No White Guilt. And I will see your tag, and then I will come and speak to your comment or question. Thank you all for celebrating those who deserve to be celebrated. The nameless one is here. Wonderful to see you. True champions. True champions. Strolling through. Not seeing any tags. Okay, so I didn't miss anybody on the live chat. For the great ForNull says, hails, brother. Big Promethean hails to you, my brother. Champion, ruler of the West, ForNull. And I will take a look at Twitter and we will see what we have over there. Try to put on my glasses. Damn monitors are at weird distances for my glasses versus my longer vision, which seems to be fine. We have a Robot Devil is here, says, sup, Jason. Hello to you. Are you still supporting Trump? Absolutely. And you would be too if you knew the reason for supporting him. Somebody called Ton says, try having a conversation about our country. That's what we're doing. And if you're unable to see that, you need to ask questions. Strolling through these comments here as well. And I will give the mic over in just a moment on the Twitter space. We have somebody called Eddie trying to blame everything on Jewish people. Looks like. And stick around, ask questions, Eddie. You'll see that it's our challenges to our well-being and victimization of our people are not going to be, I tweeted about this week. They're not going to be instantly accessible to mid and midget wits. And so this idea, this preposterous notion that low IQ people throw around, which has been failing forevermore, and low IQ people, they don't ever get it, is clearly wrong. So what we're doing is right, though. We've produced success. So stick around and try us out for a couple of months and see if you don't change your mind. I'm betting on you being smarter than the rest of these fools out there. Let's see. Robot Devil talking about Schlafly. Yep. I met her. It looks like Robot Devil also blaming all Jewish people. He as well. Samuski's over there, says, hails, brother. There is no group of human beings that are all anything. And focusing on non-white people is racial animus that we call white negativity. We have said, I've said for decades, that doing so turns off normal white people in our masses, in the millions. It's wrong, for one thing. It's an incorrect appraisal or understanding of how we're being victimized. Remedying our victimization is more dynamic, more convoluted than sending a satellite into orbit. Can you send a satellite into orbit? We do that all the time. Have we remedied our victimization? No. So if you can't send a satellite into orbit or understand how it works, the totality of it getting there and how it works, with 3 words, it's the Jays, or it's the black people, or whatever. If you can't do that with those, then you're definitely not going to do something that is more complicated and that has demonstrated over many lifetimes that it's more complicated and cannot be remedied with something so simple. So really, the reality is that for midwittery, midget wittery, anything that they can grasp instantly is not right, is not going to work to recapture our destiny. Anytime a midget or a midwit says to you, it's so easy, it's wrong. Just the notion that putting an end to our victimization is in the intellectual reach of such people is so preposterous, it's ineffable. It's difficult to put words to. They don't know what the word ineffable is, maybe not even what the word preposterous is, but they know how to fix our victimization. I mean, seriously. So let's just sweep these people aside. And if you're one of them, you don't understand, then and you've been told this by other people, they've crowded around you saying the same things over and over. Just understand, put it down, stick around for 2 months and see if you don't find something here infinitely more accurate and much more in tune with your heart. Because saying no more victimizing our people, focusing on protecting us, is an act in love that you will sacrifice, that people sacrifice for. Acts of hating other groups of people, nobody does anything for, ever. So that's my piece on that. Looks like we have over on Rumble, let's see, Missouri Battle Flag saying, well said, Jason, excellent. Oh, no, that was actually Missouri Battle Flag is over there. What's he saying? Jason saying the GOP is a bunch of anti-white hypocrites. Yes. And then that's Patriot Kaz saying, well said, Jason, excellent streaming over there on Rumble. Thank you very much. And you may tag me as Jason, or No White Guilt rather, over there. Should come up as No White Guilt. And I will see it and respond. And let's see it. We'll give that mic over. Just let me make sure. We have no other tags. All right. We got a request for Mike. And first up is the Thunder from Down Under. When you see that you have the mic, brother, please feel free to speak up. And then it's Slaughtz will be next. Let me make sure we're turned up here as well.
G'day, Jason. How's it going?
Oh, good day to you, brother. Promethean hails, and what's on your mind?
I want to say how you handled yourself well when that anti-white caller called in.
Oh, thank you, brother.
If it were me on the receiving end of such triple, I would have been a screeching autistic mess of a response, probably as a result of the aneurysm he would have given me at that point in time.
I think a lot of people were saying the exact same thing, that he was driving them nuts.
Oh yeah, we were all feeling it. I mean, there's something refreshing in seeing a calm, calculated response in the face of our victimization. After being in the white negative sphere for years, with one emotional yet fruitless response after another, it really speaks volumes to the power of the Go Free lexicon, I must say.
Amen. Amen. You're speaking truth, brother.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I volunteered my time to hand out flyers for my mate who was running for regional councillor. As many folks I was surrounded by were politically driven, I wasn't risking a slap on the cheek for bringing up politics and especially our victimization.
Yeah, exactly. Very well put. And thank you so much for your efforts, all of your efforts in service. Lundr, folks, is one of the magnificent agents of change, hero descended from another planet in Australia, one of our many once glorious countries, doing magnificent things. So God bless you for that, brother. It's so true.
Oh, cheers. And everyone knows it too.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, if I reach any more folks from my area, I'd have to start a local GFC, mate. After all the swashbuckling we had just heard from you today, I'm all fired up. We're spreading, brother.
We
are. 2 years, and I reckon there'd be just as many folks going free down under as there is in the United States.
I will find a way to get over to Australia. I will swim. I will find a way to get to Australia to celebrate with you all after many more of these fantastic victories. It's so true. I mean, the level of our activities
with the talk about having a precise tool in the Go Free method. The level of our successes are just, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And yes, it's the tool, but it's also the work of these champs, because if nobody's wielding these tools, nothing happens. So God bless you, everyone who's doing this. Yeah, you're right, brother. I mean, it's just like we're building victory after victory after victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, swimming to Australia. Not recommended, but I love the passion behind it. But yeah, we can't, this is all thanks to you, Jason. I mean, us, we're just individuals in this greater cog that's no white guilt. And everyone deserves a pat on the back who's going out there being swashbuckling heroes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I love it. I love the swashbuckling heroes with the Australian accent. That's so cool. Yes, my brother. Thank you so much for that too, man. And is there anything else you wanted to add, or you could stick around and just mute your mic?
Yeah, I'll stick around. That's all I needed to say, but yeah.
All right. God bless you, man. That's the great Thunder from Down Under. Lokki Lundr, magnificent hero extraordinaire. We're going to be going to Slaughtz here in just a moment over on the Twitter space. Always something insightful that comes from that genius. Very excited to have him call in again. And you can let folks know that the Twitter space, you can repost it and you can give it a like. And hopefully that will encourage some people to come in and listen. They can listen anonymously. I permitted that when I started the stream. And I know that a lot of people seeing, a lot of our brothers and sisters seeing No White Guilt are going to be a little nervous. And so let them listen anonymously, and then they can see that we're not the monsters that the anti-white narrative would have you believe. But otherwise, you can tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms. I'll be keeping my eye open to all the platforms so that you too can participate in the conversation. Heidi is with us, and she said, well said to something I had yes, well said, she wrote. Thank you for that in the live chat on YouTube. I see that GM is here as well. And Spartan's over there. And so is, who was it? The Suck It Life is here. Hello and welcome to you. Inquisitor is with us over here. I wanted to point out that talking about our victories, Western Kind Art, the great champion in service to white well-being, reached out recently to say how amazed she is that our victories are showing up everywhere. That when our activists get into a live chat somewhere, gone are the years of effort of us pushing, and getting a couple of likes and then a bunch of slanders from people who want to destroy this community. Gone are those days. And now are the days of massive responses. Now are the days of normal white folk out there seeing the concepts enough, exactly as I told you this would work, seeing them enough and saying, yes, absolutely. I see how that will work in my life and I see how it's moral. Pouring in, and then what happens? As I mentioned before in this strategy, content creators will either identify themselves as we swash on them with these concepts because they're glorious and wonderful people, and or they will just have to respond to their audiences now using a new vernacular if they want to keep those audiences, if they want those audiences to think that they're legitimate. Let me pass it over now to the great Slaughtz. And brother, as soon as you have the microphone, you can unmute and start chatting. Two great.
Brother, can you hear me?
Yes, awesome, brother. Go for it.
Yeah, so I had some responses to it's a cult accusation, and I know it's used about going free and also about just advocating for our people. And one of the responses I came up with was there's no individual's definition of white well-being. So you cannot individualize and segmentize our people with this cult accusation. That doesn't jive with there being a communal well-being or victimization at all.
Yes. I'm writing that down. Yeah, I agree with that. You had this, and
Actually, that was just the one. I have a different response for a different thing.
Oh, okay, got you. So that's fine.
Yeah, my bad. So the other thing is the anti-white that called in asking what victimization against white people. I had a thought on that recently as well. I think it was March 14th. I posted it in the Prometheum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So against that, I think there is a way to speak to the underlying idea that there's this idea that if no victimization existed, then that means there's no reason to be cautious about it.
Yes. Okay. I see what you're saying.
So this idea that if none exists and it isn't valid to protect against it. So the one way you could, go around that and undermine their whole argument and make them look like a real piece of shit, excuse my language, is there's no amount of precaution against anti-whiteism that is excessive.
Yes. I like that.
Those are the two things I had to share.
Beautiful, man. No amount of precaution against anti-whiteism that is excessive. Very well said. Yeah, I mean, because we can just think of the outcomes of anti-whiteism and think about these little girls of any race that are being molested, raped, these guys exposing themselves to them. All of this is a consequence of anti-whiteism and anti-whiteism ultimately making victims, temporary victims, out of a larger percentage, and this is collateral damage as victims, a larger percentage of the Black population than normally suffers as a consequence of collateral damage to anti-whiteism, at least in a way that is so salient that every single person can see, is the reason why Trump is going to get more Black votes than any Republican will have ever gotten easily. So this is the victimization to our people and the potential victimization to our people, and consequently all peoples who live in our Western countries of any background, is the kind of thing that we can definitely say there's no amount of precaution that is excessive or too excessive. We have to prevent every single injury. So that's brilliantly said.
Yeah, and you might get the anti-white responding saying, well, if you don't have any examples and there's nothing to prepare against or something like that, and you just have to say, well, you're really freaking dumb because, or you're just really anti-white because you don't see whites as human enough to be threatened by any sort of anti-whiteism at all. You don't see them as capable of being injured. So that's just kind of a way you could turn it back on them if they're trying to double down on there has to be substance. There has to be something. It's something that I can go ahead and say you're wrong about, because that's what they're really trying to do.
Exactly.
And that's why you don't go ahead and engage in that. You just undermine their whole premise, saying there's no amount of precaution that's excessive.
Yeah, I mean, I've had these conversations with anti-whites in the past, and I was the great Biospirit of the West wrote me to congratulate me after handling the anti-white, and I told him, I mean, it's practice for me too, because I don't get to talk with anti-whites as often. I guess it was in school when I got to talk to them the most, but in ample conversation with anti-whites over the years, I found, especially in the beginning, and folks, this is a lesson you can learn from me, that you don't have to make yourself, and that's where wisdom lies, by the way. I can circle back to that in a moment. But, learn from other people's mistakes, not just as a slogan, not just as some sort of dry old saying that you repeat for no reason, but something you actually apply. I've learned from those conversations with anti-whites that early on, when I thought I was told by elders and respected people in the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit, well, you want to have this whole memorized slews. And I memorized all these ways that I could cite, just without even stopping breathing, almost 100 plus. I just had them in my head. I could just go from one to the next, to the next, to the next. And that's how I discovered one of the main ways I discovered that citing all of that inside the anti-white narrative doesn't matter. That's where the data doesn't matter. That's why I said this isn't going to work. Citing all this different, well, obviously, especially white negative data about how other races are bad this way or bad that way. That's not going to work for a whole nother reason. But in the anti-white narrative, it's there's no amount of victimization for white people that is bad enough. And you just saw the great Slaughtz point something out. This is why, I mean, we really need white millionaires to come in and fund us, because you saw what happened right there. I did not tell Slaughtz at any point that it's a demonstration of a dehumanization of white people, a lack of concern and an intentional lack of concern for the well-being of white people that drive that you could make this argument against an anti-white or with more importantly, somebody you're trying to bring over. I didn't articulate that to him. He's going free. He's using the practice. And then as a consequence, he is increasingly seeding himself in our story, looking through our lens. And then by way of that, with his own intellectual capacities and history and et cetera, experiences, practice, he's able to formulate something brand new that is perfectly accurate. So this will happen for you as well. We have so many testimonials, and Baron White was talking about this. So important to share your testimonials all the time. Tag me as No White Guilt. Share your testimonial. I want to read it. I want to share it. Share it on Twitter. Share it on Gab. Share it on Facebook. Share it wherever you can, because that's how people will learn that this method, this way of looking at things, this practice, just like working out, will release all of these latent abilities, all of this way of thinking that the psychological warfare operators of anti-whiteism being massively pushed, in my opinion, and we'll be looking through the data, by the communist Chinese because of how corrosive anti-whiteism is. All of that will begin occurring to you. You just have to get into the practice. It's very simple. It's very moral. 6 key concepts to get started. We want you here. You can listen. You can ask questions. We're friendly, and we'll answer those questions. Let me take a look around. I don't know, Slaughtz, if you had anything you wanted to add to what I just said, because it was based on what you were saying. But go ahead.
Yeah, just one more thing.
Yeah.
I've never been in a community that's more intelligent than this one.
Thank you.
I've never been in a community that has more powerhouses of intellect and insight and able to express things that just blow my mind. So I've never been more impressed with people, individuals in a community than in this one. So if you want to support something that's awesome and you're going to get something from it, then this is the place to be.
Yeah, well said. God bless you for that. Thank you, brother. And you could stay, as always. Thank you so much for that. Oh, I see that even Grace is in the chat as well. The Twitter space, I should say. Let me check. Hello to you, young lady. I don't know if you were over in the live chat, but I see you here. We will take another look here at Entropy. Remember, folks, on Entropy, you not only can financially gift, but there is a tall Kevin widget called the chat widget on Entropy. You can find the link for this below. If you write a question or comment in there, tag me. And since so few people actually write a comment on that platform, it won't scroll away. So you don't have to worry about it disappearing. And that is, again, over on Entropy. Looks like we have, I don't see any new comments on Twitter, but I do want to give a big salute to Seamus, who is over there, another big powerhouse and champion. And folks, just to point out, Slaughtz is a great example. There are many others in the white sympathetic sphere, implicit, explicit, Trump supporters, and all of the above, who have spent time in these overly intellectualized environments. And it's one of the things that has these academic peacocks I've talked about, and their pedantic prattling that I've named, that is as useless as just bad-mouthing other races of human beings. And so you go into those environments and you hear people will cite a lot of abstractions, and but this place many people have said, they spend lots of time. This place is where the thinkers, where the actual brilliant people are, not just people who are reciting from text. I think it was Da Vinci. There was a quote from Da Vinci, and I apologize because it's the kind of thing that you would find in pedantic prattling, is where they quote a bunch of people. But Da Vinci said something along the line of, I cannot quote from eminent authors as they can. Experience is like the only true objective thing in the world. And so experience will be my mistress. So if you want to follow somebody, the advice of somebody who is actually a mega genius, like out of this world of our people, then that's the kind of person that you're going to heed. You don't heed somebody that sits in front of, that has an emaciated frame because they do nothing physical, but they fit that like stereotype of must be smart because nothing else on his body works. Or, you know, I mean, and of course this is different. It doesn't hold true. If somebody is, if they have unwell, or they become, obviously there are going to be cases like that. The kind of academic that I'm talking about, you know exactly who he and she is. And following them because they have spent infinite time in books is not the path to success, and has demonstrated. I mean, let's face it, nobody's going to be smarter in that learned sense than Revel P. Oliver. I mean, really. So if he didn't do it with a population in the United States that was 90+% white, then you aren't going to do it. So you might as well. Intelligence is the processing ability, the ability to make connections. That's how we end up with so many good people here, so many above average intelligent people here. And the reason why is because you're not going to, the actual challenge against us is subtle and profound and generational, which means that the answers are going to be subtle and profound. They don't necessarily need to be generational because of our understanding of the dynamics of society and of the individual mind. So therefore, the minds that are going to have to grapple with that are going to have to be subtle and profound, which is why I pointed out in the tweet this week, which aggravated a couple of J-Spurgs, that midwits and midgetwits are just anything that they would say, absolutely, it's obvious, it's this, has to be wrong. It can't be right. This is infinitely complex. It is more complex than putting a satellite in orbit or a space station in orbit or anything else that you could consider amazing that we do all the time. Because if it were less complex and easier to deal with than those things, it would be done by now. If Elon Musk, as brilliant as he is, with all his money, with all that he's been able to do with rocketry and automobiles and robotics, et cetera, if dealing with the problems that he now says, if there isn't a red wave, then America is over. If it were less complex than those things, he would have figured it out. Surely he doesn't want America to be over. Surely it's a question that he is juggling in his brilliant mind, but he hasn't come up with a solution yet. Lord, please let him find the work that we're doing and be in that moment of a temperament that will inspire him to investigate and maybe fly me out, and we can have a personal conversation and maybe take this up several megatons in power. Let's take a look at Odyssey. Looks like nobody has tagged me over there, and there are no financial gifts. So I didn't miss anybody. D Live. We did have the question. Let's see. Tiki Torch 7 years ago at Charlottesville, Virginia. And Spartan says he donated to his legal defense and that the charges are absurd. And that's an example. We're talking about Rousseau and him being arrested for participating in a Tiki Torch march in Charlottesville. And he's saying the charges are absurd. Well, yeah, but the anti-whites are always going to be absurd. They're always going to be illegitimate. There's always going to be exculpatory information, evidence that would free our people. There's always going to be. It's always going to be unfair. So, since arguments to the theory of fairness have never resulted, and I mean this in a not in an insulting way for you, brother. I'm just saying this is like a habit that we have to break. Since the theory of fairness has never come forward and righted the wrongs for us, we have to abandon strategies that put us into harm's way or close enough to harm's way where an anti-white can dilate the law, misinterpret, and ensnare you. Yes, we could get to a point where any advocacy for white well-being to end our victimization, just as normal white people on the basis of our birth, at some point, they can make that illegal. That can happen at some point. And if we keep going about it with these other strategies, we will get there. But rest assured, if we get to that point, they won't need to propagandize us anymore, and there'll be nothing that you can do moving forward. It'll be over. So I strongly encourage instead, obviously, what we have that is working. And, for all activists who are motivated to end our victimization in a way that comports with my morality, I'm saddened for their sacrifice, that they are lost, that they are harmed, that they're going to go through hell. As I say, for those people whose attitude and whose desires and activities comport with my morality, which is love for us, focus on us, and not on other races of human beings, and certainly not bad-mouthing other races of human beings. So thank you for that question, man. I appreciate it. Yes, he said it was recent. Yep, he was recently arrested for the crime that was, for what they're saying is a crime many years earlier. If they can think about this, as you look out, ladies and gentlemen, and I really want to get to the question more, and we're kind of speaking to it there for a moment about Trump, about Musk, about Trump saying, if I don't get elected, it will be a bloodbath for the country. And what do we think he meant by that? What do you think he meant by that? Because I believe that he doesn't mean that there'll be fighting and literal. There will be fighting. There will be literal bleeding of white people who will continue to be attacked and harmed. But it's more broadly used to mean all of the suffering, like the lawfare that he is suffering. So we'll turn around. We'll get back to that in a moment. But what do you think that Trump means, and what do you think it means for the country, and indeed for the West, if Trump doesn't get elected this coming election cycle? And remember that it's not people who are bad-mouthing other races who are out there trying to address the illegality of cheating in elections. It's normal white people who I'm able to go on Twitter Spaces with and complain about anti-whiteism, complain about the anti-Christian sentiment, the anti-American sentiment. None of them pipe in and say, oh no, there's no anti-whiteism. None of them have ever done that. So these are the people who are out there doing, normal white people in their millions who can be activated, brilliant people, software engineers that are looking into these tabulation machines for the voting. If that isn't addressed, it doesn't matter how many people show up to vote for Trump. They can just steal it all. And then Trump's prediction, end of elections as we know them, bloodbath, I believe, meaning more broadly, what ends up happening to all of us who object to anti-whiteism. But if this is the tip I wanted to give you, if the leaders of the organizations and the people around them that you follow, the content creators that you follow, if those people are getting arrested and jailed, no matter how unfair it is, then you should reevaluate what they're doing and whether or not you want to be a part of it. If the day comes that I get arrested and they're going to lock me up for good, that means that any white family who wants to say, no, you won't victimize my children. No, you won't masturbate in front of my daughter. That they too could be arrested for that. So think about that when you're contemplating what kind of people you're going to associate with, what kind of behavior you're going to emulate, what kind of behavior you will expound upon, or arguments you will expound upon with friends, family, or strangers, what kind of arguments and concepts that you might have to be faced with in a court of law, either a judge or jury trying you, all of whom will be infected with anti-whiteism. Let me turn around here and check out the live chat and see what we have going on over here. Let's see. Tag me as No White Guilt, folks. I will refresh Cash App and Subscribe Star. And if anybody would like the mic on the Twitter space, ask for it and I'll pass it over. And if Lundr or Slaughtz have anything that they would like to add at any point, just go ahead and just say, hey, I have something to add. Or you could actually, if you hit the little heart symbol on the right-hand side, you should see a big palm. It doesn't mean talk to the palm. It just means you're raising your hand and I'll see. But otherwise, you could just unmute and then say, hey, I'd like to speak to that, and you're good to go. So let me roll through here and see. Thank you so much for everybody who is here and who is active and who is doing something. You know, I noticed that these Twitter spaces, where we're not the only community that is tight-knit, focused, and relatively speaking, small. These conservative Twitter spaces where the people are actually active and engaged in activities to push back against our victimization in various ways, they're also small communities. No big swarm of people shows up there. And in fact, when they also occasionally get, like a Jay Spurg will show up and say something ignorant, and then they just get banned. They have no problem kicking them right out, which is the way they should be handled. Because it's detrimental to the work we're doing for white people. It's not beneficial for Jews. Yes, there are anti-white Jewish people. There are Jewish people who aren't anti-white. Just like there are white people who are anti-white and white people who are not anti-white. So it's detrimental to us to have people like that around. But those communities, just, take heart. Those communities are also small. It's sad that Musk hasn't shown up for them and said, I'll finance this, and you could do this for a living, instead of have your job, your 9 to 5, that you're wasted, that you're ruined at the end of the day, exhausted, and you're putting up with all the anti-whiteism. So psychologically, you're drained, you're suffering white noir. I'd love to be able to explain white noir to Elon Musk. He would instantly get it. Could you imagine the change? Would just be marvelous. But and it's good. He better start thinking. I hope he finds us, and then he's disposed to listening, because the government, the anti-whites, are going to ruin him. The TikTok bill is only the first, and it's really the Twitter bill is really, and that's what we should be calling it, actually. That's only the beginning of many bigger efforts to shut down Musk and everything that he's doing. Why? Well, because he's not white positive. He's just at all getting in the way of anti-whiteism. And that's how anti-whites behave. I mean, even an anti-white like Ted Turner, if you all remember, multimillionaire, started CNN. There was no such thing. What a visionary he was. There was no such thing as news 24/7. And in fact, when that got started, everybody that I spoke to or heard talking about it said, this is idiotic. No one is going to listen to news 24/7 and all through the night, just wanting to turn on the news. But what happened? Ted Turner was right. People did want to watch the news. CNN became huge. But Ted Turner, even though he was anti-white, got in the way of some anti-whiteism. He was a bit of an unknown commodity. He might decide to do his own thing. And so they ousted him from CNN. No friend of ours. It would be nice if he decided he wanted revenge and would want to, he and or his offspring and what have you, would want to fund the work that we're doing to push back on the people that ruined the work that he had done and should be recognized for. Haven't seen that yet. I see Corey is with us. Hello to you. In the live chat over here on YouTube. So does any of you across the platforms here have any thoughts about, and Heidi was clarifying, thank you, Heidi. She says, she was saying well said about what I had to say with my explanation of white negativity and what to do instead. Thank you very much for the clarification. Anybody across any of the platforms, you can hear my voice. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so Bloodbath, I don't really know the full context of the quote. Maybe you can give me more.
Well, I think in the article that I read earlier, he was speaking in, was it Ohio or Iowa? And I could probably find it again really quickly. And yeah, I can.
It sounds off the cuff, right?
Yes, it was impromptu. He was improvising because the teleprompters weren't working. And unlike Obama, he doesn't freeze when the words stop appearing on the screen.
Yeah, if it wasn't impromptu, then I would say he's making a move. Like if it was a post on Truth Social, he's making a sort of move to desensitize the populace to any accusations against him that are ridiculous. But since it's off the cuff, I would say he feels viscerally that he's been through a bloodbath, and just the country would as well.
Yes, I agree. That's right. We got another request from Mike. I'll give it to you in a moment. Yeah, that's what I think as well. He has been put through a bloodbath. He's using it colloquially. His quote is, "Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That will be the least of it," close quote. And then, quote, "I don't think you're going to have another election in this country if we don't win this election," close quote. And I think there it's the same sort of thing. How do you define election? Trump, now anti-whites are going to turn it into a straw man and say that, well, Trump is saying that we'll never be allowed to vote again. That's not what he's saying. A fair interpretation, a legitimate interpretation, is that elections, free elections, as we understand them to operate, will be a thing of the past. And I concur with that conclusion. Again, and I concur with the bloodbath as well. We're talking about conservative Americans, white Americans, and good non-white people who are condemned, and then you have the white people who are actually prosecuted regularly and jailed under trumped-up charges, dilated laws, misinterpretation of laws and codes. And that is the bloodbath. It's bloodbath if you go and pray in front of an abortion clinic and then you go to jail for 20 years and your 7 children don't have their father anymore. That is the colloquial bloodbath that he's talking about. And it will be over, certainly for him. Things will be infinitely harder for us. Please select your son, Donald Trump Jr., as your running mate. We need, again, folks, I've explained it. We need people in power that are cornered and going to be victimized if we're victimized. That's the game theoretic, brilliant take on it. Everything else relies upon not only the goodwill and the loyalty demonstrated heretofore in, say, for example, like J.D. Vance, but also assumes that these people can't be terrorized and induced with benefits. And that's a step too far for where we are today, because human beings, very easy for them to be frightened about what's going to happen to them or their family. Very easy for them to be induced with perquisites and payments and etc. of various types. Certainly, I think any woman that he had as a running mate would capitulate easily in a heartbeat, especially if she has children or nieces or nephews or what have you, would capitulate, or great nieces and nephews would capitulate easily to frighten a woman. That's my opinion. It might not hold true for all women, but we have a request here. And who do we have asking? It's Jews who is not Jewish. And I will pass the mic over to you, good brother. Good sir, what is on your mind when you see that you have it? Just unmute and you can share your wisdom with the community.
Good evening, White Wellbeing community.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah, so there was another context to that quote. He was talking about the auto industry in China and you know, making cars in Mexico, and he was saying, he basically said, you know, I'm talking to you, Xi Jinping, if you do it, you know, I'm going to put tariffs so high you can't sell them in America. And then he said, if I don't get elected, it's going to be bloodbath. Talking about the same context, you know what I mean?
Okay, there you have it. Very good. The context of the bloodbath, the colloquial bloodbath, talking about the economy in our dealings with these other states that are abusing the economic situation right now, especially China. And thank you for sharing that extra information about that, brother. Especially China, who is, in my opinion, fleecing the United States. And not just us, other countries, but fleecing us at the moment. What else did you want to share, brother? But thanks for that.
You're very welcome. The point, there was a point earlier about cults. You know, that comes up a lot, you know, and everyone is always confusing the other side of being a cult. And I would just like to make the point that everybody you're dealing with is in a cult. Right?
Right.
Everyone's in a cult. You know, whether it's the Democrat cult, the anti-white cult, the sport cult. You know, everyone is in some kind of, because cult just means cultivated culture, right? And so I think the best thing when someone is saying, you know, you're in this white positive cult or whatever, it's not. Don't go on the defensive and say, and trying to think of ways to rationalize that you're not in a cult, because you want to be cultivating white positivity. So in a sense, you are in a cult. The question becomes, are you in a positive cult or are you in a negative cult? And what you immediately do is flip it on them compared to what? Your cult of like death?
Yes.
You're in a death, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well said. Yes. I like that. Yeah, your cult of death, your cult of anti-whiteism. I like that. Let me write that down as well. Well said. Was there anything else you wanted to share, brother?
I mean, I'll let someone jump in. I can probably jump in later, but
okay.
Great stream. Love it.
Awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah, just mute for now. And yeah, like you said, you could jump in when the spirit hits you. Yeah, that's great. I like that as well. And yeah, more context on what Trump was talking about. Naturally going to be misrepresented by the anti-whites. Is anybody else calling this the banned Twitter bill? That's being called the TikTok bill. Conservatives should not be calling it the TikTok bill. We should be calling it the ban Twitter bill. Because that's, I mean, Rumble, nah. Twitter, that's what it's about. They're really after Twitter. They can see the prospect of Donald Trump returning to Twitter as the election ramps up and the views going, it could end up with more people than are in the United States. Everybody around the world is going to want to know. But the Western world, if not for the good US of A, the Western world is really going to go down the toilet rapidly if we reach a place where the anti-whites control so many nodes of power that they don't need to propagandize us anymore. They just tell us the way it's going to be. That will be the real sea change. And we have to make sure, and of course, just to state again, Donald Trump, the reason why we support Donald Trump fervently is because of the opportunity, what he gives us. He inspires in the founding stock of this country that we built America, that other people can live here, and we can love them and think they are wonderful, but we built the country. It's ours. And 90+% white up until 1965. That's what he inspires in ordinary white people. That is a fertile ground for us to get to our brothers and sisters the concepts they need to liberate themselves. Moreover, if we can get Trump to legitimize some of these concepts by repeating them as the great and magnificent Donald Trump Jr. has, if we can do that, everything begins to change the world over. Everything. Could you imagine every politician who is in any way opposition to anti-whiteism immediately across the West starts talking about anti-whiteism because Trump did? We have an anti-whiteism problem. There are too many anti-whites in this parliament, in this Congress, in this Senate, in this House. The prime minister's too anti. Could you imagine those conversations? Everything would really begin. If they started talking about white erasure, you're just trying to white erase. They're allowing in Australia, they're allowing the China, welcoming, wanting the Chinese to come in and buy up everything in China. Could you imagine that being confronted with, this is white erasure of our property, white erasure of our country, white erasure of our economy, white erasure. That's a totally different conversation. White people finally standing up against the victimization that targets us on the basis of our birth. Everything changes. That is what Trump affords us. That is the opportunity we'll get. What Trump can do as a politician can all be undone. And it can be undone rapidly. Not only did Biden and the Democrats undo everything that he did rapidly, but they made it 10 times worse. So anything he can do as a politician, anybody showing up and saying, oh, he's not going to be able to do anything for us, and you tell them about why we would support him, if they still object to that, then they're demonstrating IQ too low to be a participant in this community. That's just a physical reality. I mean, like, when you try out for the football team, you try out for professional baseball, as I did, you try out for the college football team. Not everybody makes it. Some people genetically, they're just not equipped. Other people, they haven't worked hard enough. Other people have agendas and they don't make the team. Not everybody's going to make the team. We would certainly be in a better place if we had white people financially of real substance step forward and enable us to have a white ADL. We would certainly be able to find many more good folks to be able to really push and make enormous changes. So that's what, and then to my point about wisdom, I was mentioning earlier, you have to be able to learn from the mistakes of others. And that's what the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit, has demonstrated that they are incapable. They keep repeating the mistakes of others. Why is it a mistake? Because it failed. It is not moving us toward the end of our victimization. Things get worse and worse and worse. We need to be able, when I came into the white sympathetic sphere as a young man, I submitted myself to the wisdom gleaned by others. I saw, and I had respect. I saw where they really shit up in a big way. And I said, well, I'm not going to be for that. I'm not going to do that. Or it's a situation where they're white negative. And I said, that doesn't comport with my heart. I'm not going to be for that. And as a consequence, we now have a practice that many people have contributed to, and people who aren't even alive today anymore have contributed to, and unknowingly contributed to, because my objective was to end our victimization. To, as I pointed out, when I was 12 years old, dedicated my life to empowering our white brothers and sisters with these concepts so that they could free themselves of anti-whiteism. And then with their innate talents, their positions, their power, their wealth, take the steps that they can take with the challenges that face them in their circles to recapture our destiny. There has never been another way this could happen. And so we're doing the right thing. The victories are growing. I see that Spartan says here over on D Live, he says he would financially gift my legal fund if they arrested me. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think that if it gets to the point that they arrest me, there's probably no amount of defense that will protect me. I think that would be a Canadian style. Let's just disappear the guy, throw him in the gulag, never see him again scenario. But I appreciate the sentiment. He also says, let's see, what was it? Speak in terms on how great the bank is and how much you will improve your sales. I don't know what that's related to. But he does say that, agreeing with what was just said, that every organization has some cult aspects to it, way of speaking. Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. Jargon is cult-like. Of course, jargon is created to facilitate communication for people within a trade. And naturally, as a consequence of that, people outside of the trade, the laity, are going to be ignorant to the jargon. But yeah, well said. Thank you for that. Let me see about some of these other platforms. It looks like on YouTube, I mean, not YouTube, on Twitter, there is no more comments there. I don't know if you can tag on Twitter. You would have to tag me at probably, I guess, as No White Guilt NWG. And then I've never seen anybody try to tag me, so I don't know if it turns here or not, but I can see all of the comments nonetheless. Okay, over here on Nothing on Odyssey, D-Live. Thanks for participating so much over there on D-Live, Spartan. Good on Rumble, and also good on Entropy. Nothing new there. Let's check out the YouTube live chat. What do you think will happen if we have another scenario where there is this exuberance for Donald Trump, where we see these stadiums get filled with people who love Trump, who love the message, who are empowered with this passion that he instills in them for this great country? What do you think will happen if, juxtaposed to that, we continue with a Biden and a Kamala who have a handful of people show up, if they do any, and he's fumbling and bumbling all over himself, can't speak straight, can't walk straight, and he wins the election? What do you think might happen in this country? What do you think? Also, I guess that's just, pure speculation. What might happen? And then also for this community here, if we see a stolen election, do you have any thoughts about how we should handle it, how we should approach it? I mean, I think our meme mavens will have to get to work to help give people the words to respond. But any ideas there? If you have any ideas there, we have another request for Mike, and I'll pass it over in just a minute. Let me see here if there's anybody. Real Raven is with us. Hello to you. June tags me over here on YouTube. Hello to you, June. She says, as per your recommendation for Vice President, 3 times I have placed the name Donald Trump Jr. into the Trump team request for VP recommendation. Awesome. Thank you. Well done, June. Yeah, I mean, if people can, what is this also? She provides $5. Oh, she pays $5 in order to give her opinion on who the VP should be. So look at that. Activism, her own dollars. Well done, June. Thank you so much. Something effective. Raymond is with us as well as Heidi. All right. Great to see you, Raymond. Raymond is in the house. Let's see, what else do we have here? Somebody called Doctor. I don't know who he's talking to. saying that if you're American, you are mixed with Native American, Indian, and Black. Who? You mean everybody who is an American is mixed with Native American and Black? Or just me? Yep. And if that's the case, you have another white person that can identify legitimate white leadership for our race. Uh-oh. I was just getting ready to click on the mic and it disappeared. Request again. You dropped off somehow. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's see. This will help to see. We have about 20 some minutes left here. We have. Go ahead. Yeah, brother.
I think that American comment was trying to white erase the concept of white people ever being American, probably.
Isn't that funny, too? I mean, we came up with the word America. We built a country called the United States. But you're not American. Sure. That's funny.
He's probably a black person because I've seen these revisionist things about showing black Washingtons and all that crap.
Oh, yeah.
And they're trying to say, only non-whites are American.
That's
really disgusting.
Yeah. Really disgusting. Absolutely thieving our creation from us. We have Dat Guy here, and you have the microphone. When you see it, you can unmute and share your thoughts with us. I don't think we've heard from you before. So take a look.
Hello, the white Celt, I say.
Hello. Happy St. Patrick's Day. How are you?
What are you discussing there? The country going to shade?
Yes. Anti-whiteism ruining the entirety of the West. Yes.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Happening over here in Ireland, by fuck me, boy, it's bleak.
Yeah, well, those are the folks who are absolutely, and it's the speed with which Ireland is being white erased and subjected to anti-whiteism is astonishing.
It's scary shit, man.
Yeah.
Sort of fuck, man.
It really is. It really is.
At least you guys have guns there, you know what I mean? If you can send me over an AR-15 there, I'd be laughing.
Unfortunately.
Or a C-RAM, mate. I think a C-RAM would fix this fucking problem handy enough, boy.
Well, I'm afraid I know the feeling, but I'm afraid the physical resistance is futile at this point. You would be totally obliterated. Your family would be obliterated. We don't want that for you or your family. We want you and your family to grow strong and wealthy and continue to be proud.
Let me just say this, right?
Yeah.
About the uprising and the fucking retaliation that people are going to take towards this. I was talking to someone about this here, and they said this perfect point to me about it. They said, if you back a rat into a corner long enough, it'll go into attack mode. That's what I think's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Well,
we're going to be fucked in that corner, and we're just going to say, fuck this.
Well, that presupposes, my friend, that the rats in this, maybe we use a different animal, maybe for but if the rats are, if the
vermin, man.
They are.
Oh yeah, true.
They are absolutely vermin. The anti-whites are total vermin. But I mean, the idea that that white people will suddenly resist presupposes that we already have an oppositional pole, a gravitational pole that is built on a moral matrix that will enable all of us to act in concert. And I'm afraid that anti-whiteism has undermined that. So that's what we're busy doing here, brother. And but I'm really happy to see and hear your passion. And you can keep the mic.
Oh yeah, thanks very much.
And happy St. Patrick's Day to you, brother. God bless you.
Oh, same to yourself, brother.
Thank you, man. All right.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers. Champion in Ireland. We got great people. We got another request from Mike. I'll pass it over. We got great people in Ireland. Wonderful hue of Western civilization. I love them. Oh, it was Lundr. Looks like he got kicked off. So we'll bring Lundr back in. If you're able to speak, brother, and you want to speak, then jump in. Looks like you do have the mic. But otherwise, we have wonderful people. The Irish culture is a beautiful hue of Western civilization. And we would
What's
like...
left of her, man? What I tell you now, we're going to take arms up against this shit. I'm telling you now. I guarantee you, man.
Well,
there's going to be white suicide bombers, lad.
Oh, no. Hey. No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. I mean, I know the history and the conflict over there and how there were activities like that, but we can see that all of those efforts in the face of the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism has completely undermined our people in Ireland, such that they're capitulating to things they would have never allowed the English even to think twice about without some sort of resistance. So we need to attack this.
That's 100%, man.
Yeah.
That what you're saying is my exact point. That's the disgust I hold. It's worse than that. It's fucking worse than that, my guy.
Oh, it's much worse. So yeah, we need to go after our victimizers where they hold, how they hold power, and undermine that psychological warfare. And that's what these tools do. And I encourage you, brother, stick with us for a couple months. And I'm on at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Sunday, Wednesdays, usually around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I live right outside of Washington, D.C. Stick with us in these Twitter spaces, and you'll get the tools that you need to change all of your neighbors' opinions, to change your government, to the people who get elected. You'll have the tools to really make a difference. Whereas otherwise, we'll just continue to be trapped in this endless loop of lamenting how bad everything is and hoping that some sort of resistance will suddenly appear somewhere. So yeah, stick with us, man. Big salute to you. Now, what happened to the other mic? Somebody else asked for a mic. Ask for it again because it disappeared for me.
I want to add in, fuck those anti-whites.
Yes. Slaughtz. Amen to that. And fuck the anti-whites. I agree.
I wanted to respond to your two questions that you had proposed.
Oh yeah, go for it.
A little bit ago.
Yeah.
So, if Biden got elected, there would be a lot of disinvestment by the citizenry, white citizenry mostly, with the system. They'd see themselves as outside of the system, probably.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot of just detachment, and they're not franchised anymore kind of perspective.
Yeah.
And that presents opportunities and for anti-whites and for us. So that would be a whole different landscape to navigate.
Yes, very true. Good point. We'll have to, if that happens, we'll have to really get together, knuckle down, and discuss the strategy of how to reach our people in that environment, what kind of subject matter to discuss, to introduce the concepts that liberate people in the world, in their own circles of influence. Great point. Was there something else?
Well, what was your second question? I have notes here, but
what
didn't
do you?
catch it.
I to that point, like, how do you have any idea? It's hard to speculate at this point, given that it's going to be so very different. If Trump doesn't get elected, the landscape's going to be very different. It's going to be there's going to be a significant meaning, a sea change. But even understanding that and speculating about what that might be like, are there any suggestions for how we might navigate those troubled waters?
Oh yeah, that's a difficult one.
Yeah.
I think probably what will happen while they're detached, they're going to still try to hang on to Trump, and that's going to be an obstacle for us.
Right. Like maybe even investing themselves time and energy into a the prospect of another election or a party born out of Trump, or the Republican Party become the Trump Party, sort of a thing. Maybe you're suggesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a challenge. That's the same kind of, as I think about it, that's the same kind of scenario potentially that we used to see in the past, where when a Republican would get elected, millions of white people would stop doing anything. They would immediately go back to their selfish individualism. It's taken care of. There's a Republican in the seat of the presidency, or the Republicans now hold the Senate or the House, or all three. Just go home and you don't have to do anything else. Yeah, that apathy, indifference, and selfish individualism has been a challenge over the years, because people end up thinking that, oh, I don't need concepts that will change things in my life because these politicians are going to do it. I'm just going to go out and buy my new boat and my new truck to pull it, and all of that sort of business. That is a real challenge. You're right. And that's potentially the kind of thing that we could face if Trump were to lose out of our brothers and sisters across the U.S. Good point there. Let me see what we have. We have Ivan the Horrible, who is just a fantastic activist for white well-being. God bless all these people. Already, folks, moving toward, I'll remind you, 1 million views of our lexicon, and we're not even through with 3 months. 1 million views of this little community pushing the lexicon, the concepts that liberate our people. And we have, again, thousands of testimonials. It works for everyone. Why won't it work for you? It works at all levels. 1 million of those in the first 2.5 months of 2024. If you want to make a difference in the world, you want to just stop watching and lamenting, this is the place to be. And this is the strategy to take up, the practice to implement in your life to make that change. We have another request as we are beginning to run short on time. It is Missouri Battle Flag. When you have the microphone, you can unmute and share your thoughts with us, good brother. I see you have the mic. And waiting for you to unmute, we have, Ivan says, no black nationalists called in, but one showed up in the chat. Ivan is certain that some black YouTuber talked about no white guilt. Well, we can figure out who it was. Maybe I'll have a look at what they had to share with their audience. But Battle Flag, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, man. What's going on? Good to hear from you. What's on your mind?
Been following you for years.
Yes, I know. I recognize the name and the symbol. I love it. Good to see you.
I have like 20 million views on the ADL article about.
Uh-oh, you're breaking up, brother. But you got an article on the anti-white ADL, which we, of course, oppose because they are anti-white. Are you still there?
Eric, is that any better?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you see that I'm running for governor? All the articles they wrote?
I did not see that you're running for governor. Of what state?
Missouri.
Missouri. Oh, because you're Missouri. That could have been where you were born, but all right, Missouri. Were you born in Missouri too?
Yeah, I was born in Missouri.
All right. So you're running for governor there. Do you have a team, or what's going on? What kind of opposition have you faced?
A lot from anti-whites. I out a tweet. The GOP wants to remove me from the ballot.
Wow. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that we have tried to educate folks on in the past, the anti-whiteism of the GOP and their wildly aggressive anti-white immune system. Anybody showing up talking about white well-being and they just want to shut you down and throw you out. Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Well, I'll tell you a little. I ran in 2022 for U.S. Senate. Chairman told me, he said, we looked you up and
We know you attend a Christian Identity church. Just don't say bad about the Jews. Isn't that funny?
Well, yeah, I mean, they actually objected to your religion. That's certainly not in keeping with what they claim to be.
I think a lot of white that I've posted my lawsuit. I've fought against ADL in August, months before ban the ADL was trending. I think that ban the ADL was softened for the what I think flag in Israel.
Let me I gotta stop you there. You're breaking up a little too much, and the subtitles might not work as a consequence. But if you could just mute yourself for a moment, and maybe you'll check out your signal, see if you can find something a little stronger. But that subtext will have an impossible time figuring out what you're saying, and then it won't work for the entire stream, unfortunately. I wish it could just, like, it should be smart enough. I'm sure if YouTube had not been run down with anti-whiteism and anti-white hires, I'm sure it would already be set up so that if it didn't understand what was being said, it would just put like dashes or something representing that it didn't know.
Hey, that better? Better now?
Okay, try again.
Okay, I filed a lawsuit ADL in August of 2023.
Mm.
And it didn't seem like any white interested in sharing it or even coming to talk to me about, even read my complaint about them, about the ADL with Jonathan.
All right, you're still breaking up, brother. But I get what you're saying, that you filed a lawsuit, and then nobody in, I guess, the white sympathetic sphere were talking about the lawsuit that you filed against. And I think I have a vague memory. Did you maybe write in one of the live chats that you had filed the suit and that it was thrown out? Was that?
I wouldn't have wrote that it was out.
Oh, okay.
Really, my due process was denied, if you could imagine that.
What a surprise. You know.
Yeah. And, well, I filed that lawsuit months before October 7th. Seemed to think that they don't allow anything viral unless they allow it, and
right.
ban the ADL went viral. And I think that was just to soften the up for the October 7th attack.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not impossible, but that's a connection that we can't, we have no evidence for. But I mean,
of course not.
Right.
So I'm running, and they've written stories on NBC, ABC, US Today, and they Charlottesville, and they're lying.
Oh yeah, I mean, without question, if anti-whites are talking, they're lying. But let me, I gotta stop you on this show, at least this time together, because of the breaking up a little too much, and we're running out of time. But thank you for calling in, man. And you're welcome to jump in on a Twitter space next time we have one. All right.
White power.
Well, I don't know, but I know you might. I know what you think about. I'm guessing what you think about that statement. But of course, I have to say that I don't stand for that. It's the interpretation of that in that phrase in the population. Certainly in the population that are employed on these different platforms, understand it to mean something very objectionable and very ugly. And so I'm obviously opposed to all that is objectionable, and anything that's going to harm other groups of human beings, we object to. But thanks for...
Read my lawsuit against the ADL.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll look. I'll see if I can find it. It's public?
Yes, it's public.
Okay. All right, man. Thank you. That is.
Thank you for.
Yes. Promethean Hales. Yes, I've seen on and off over the years in the live chat the blue flag with the white cross on it, and the Missouri And we finally get to find out who that is. So that's cool. That's Twitter Space enables you to talk with folks that otherwise, the way we normally stream, you don't get an opportunity to talk to. We got Red Dog here. Great to see you, brother. Zach is also with us in the live chat. Good to see you. And I saw somebody else that was new. I want to say hello to you, but where did you go? It looks like we are, didn't miss anybody on Cash App or Subscribe Star, which we don't like to miss anybody. Promethean Healing is with us, ladies and gentlemen. The champion, the hero, Promethean Healing has just shown up. Good to see you, good brother. I mean, you might have been here for the whole gathering, but this is the first time I'm seeing you right in the live chat. And Suck at Life, it says Janice. Okay, so you, I think you messaged me. I think you sent a DM that I saw. I'll have to check it out. And
she's the one fangirling over me accent.
She's the one doing what?
Fangirling over my accent.
Oh, well, it is a wonderful accent. And the white race, so much diversity. So I can understand so much variety in the white race that, and the reason there's so much variety is because we love it. We're predisposed to enjoy that variety. We're talking about, and I think it's appropriate as we're wrapping up here on St. Patrick's Day, to talk about the fact that in our white positive community, as this method is adopted by more and more people, and we begin increasingly recapturing our destiny in our own lives and our families' lives at the school board. I mean, Heidi and Raymond had a magnificent victory in that regard. As we do this, an outcome is already built into this practice, that as more and more people practice it and apply it to their lives in the world, that outcome specifically is that the individualistic hues of Western civilization that we have, and each one of our countries, we have a particular hue, and then within each country, that is also, it can be teased out to be different hues of Western civilization, Western culture. All of that will be magnified, because anything that would contradict that would be considered anti-white and would be undermined by the practice. So Ireland, St. Patrick's Day, will be more Irish under a benign leadership of white positive people than it is today or ever could be. The Southland, the South here in the United States, will be more Southern. And that is a consequence that we will all enjoy, we will all celebrate, because it is indeed what we cherish and love. Our varieties in our appearance will also be ensured and maybe even multiplied. Our appearance in ways that we haven't even seen yet might be brought to the surface as a consequence of that benign leadership based in a moral matrix, focused in a love on us, and ending our victimization. There is no homogenization with a universal practice as there would be with a universal doctrine. A universal practice will take us to a destiny that, as white people, will always accommodate the challenges that we face in those times and the places in which we live. The exact same way the practice of working out makes you better prepared for various health challenges, better prepared for various physical challenges. This is a practice. It's not an ideology. You've got to do it on a daily basis. And by doing it, we can recapture our destiny. I love you all. Let's go free.